University of Pennsylvania as well. In 2012, he was named a Guggenheim Fellow, and now he teaches Buddhism at Pennsylvania University. I believe he is now ready to tell us about teaching Buddhism in the West. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a warm welcome, Assistant Professor Justin McDaniel.
Hi, good afternoon. I assume you're a little sleepy in the afternoon after lunch, which is normal. I always get sleepy in the afternoon. That was a really fantastic presentation and talk by Dr. Laber. I really enjoyed it. I want to actually find out how I can bring that to my classrooms and show my students, because that's really the most amazing interactive tool I've ever seen. Today I'm going to be talking about different methods of teaching Buddhism to American students and things that we're trying in the United States, and different methods that are quite different from what you find, at least in Thailand and Laos in my experience. I've taught in Thailand, I've taught in Laos, and the United States. And audiences, when I was a monk, I gave sermons, and audiences are very different, and what they expect is very different. And what I found often is that this mural right here is what students generally expect in the United States, and generally they expect in Thailand as well, where you have an instructor standing up like me, and then an audience listening. And then the instructor controls the manuscript, or the instructor controls the book. As you can see, the teacher here is holding the manuscript. And what we're trying to do in the U.S. is change that image to be more like this, is that where the instructor doesn't hold the knowledge, but the knowledge is shared and interacted with the students, and the instructor there is to provide the material or provide kind of key questions, but that knowledge should be exchanged with students just like you're exchanging here at this conference. So that's the goal we're looking for. So let me give you a little brief overview of the way Buddhism has grown in at least North America, and I could say in some ways Europe as well. Is that often in the past, say, 50 years, the teaching of Buddhism was most closely associated with practice. And so you had scholars at certain select universities that would teach Buddhist history, philology of text, Pali grammar, Sanskrit grammar, classical Chinese, Buddhist Chinese, things like this. They had very few places, and most places were concentrating on practice. Meditation, Vipassana, obviously very popular. Zen Buddhist practice, especially Soto Zen, was popular in North America for a long time. And increasingly so, probably the fastest growing form of practice in the United States is Tibetan practices, especially Gelugpa practices. We also find not only these concentrations on practices, but also the growth of meditation centers, Vipassana meditation centers, as you know. There's lots of books published on this. There's lots of connections and lots of studies between Vipassana practice and neuroscience. There's institutes every year that do this. A lot of money is spent on this. And this has gone through its stages, and I would have to say that now that it seems to be a little bit on the decline. People in the U.S., Canada, I would say this too, would have come to see that the teaching of Buddhism simply through meditation has become quite self-indulgent, meaning that Buddhism is often taught in the United States as a self-help system. That it is something that you don't need ritual for, you don't need belief systems for, you don't need precepts or Vinaya rules, you don't need monastic lifestyle, and that all of that is removed and it's focused just on meditation. While this is extremely accessible for a lot of people, a lot of students have grown very wearisome of this approach. Meaning that if we strip Buddhism and Buddhist teachings out of all of its cultural influences, its linguistic background, its ritual aspects, is that what are we left with? We're left with simply another self-help system. And so Vipassana or yoga or transcendental meditation. These are all the same. It doesn't matter if you're a Buddhist, it doesn't matter if you're Christian. And so many students have been eager to return the study of Buddhism to its cultural context and return the study of Buddhism to its historical context so that we understand that Buddhism and Buddhist practice is not simply devoid of culture, that you can just move it anywhere independent of what language and what practice, is that students often want to find out what actual Buddhists are doing in temples, in temple life, in their day-to-day practice, in their family practices, and not simply concentrate on meditation. In connection to that, many students also want to see how Buddhist practice can be used to solve problems. And when Prasuganda, my old friend Dr. Neil Shakya, invited me to give this talk, and he said it was Buddhist education, life education, I took that quite seriously. And many of my students do too, that how can we use Buddhist practice embedded in a specific cultures be used to solve everyday problems. And so what I do in my courses is that I try to link those two things, is that I try to focus it on problem solving, and many other professors do too, but also connected to various Buddhist socioeconomic contexts. And what the goal of this is to move from a very self-indulgent, self-focused teaching to a teaching that is focused on others as well and solving problems for others. So, what I try to do, and I think other teachers do this as well in the West, is that each lecture, each classroom moment should attempt to create an atmosphere, okay? That it shouldn't simply be a teacher up front, students sitting down, students on their iPhones, or students on their iPads, or students texting their friends, or students falling asleep, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, falling asleep, that you don't want to simply have one person speaking, other people pretending to listen. They're not really listening, they're pretending to listen. So what you want to do is create an atmosphere, and so everybody's integrated within that atmosphere. They feel a part of it. And this actually, I think, Dr. Labor's presentation was very much like this, is that it's an atmosphere that you're within a structure, you're within a moment. And you can create this atmosphere through many ways. First of all, you have to take away the authority of the teacher. And so, for example, I would never be up on stage in the West. I would never be above people looking down at them. I want to be at the same level, interactive, close to the students, preferably in small atmospheres. Second is that I don't control the texts in the class. I don't control what the texts are taught, how we teach them. Is that in constructing a course, talk with the students, get their suggestions on text, have things online already that they can read so that you're sharing material, that they're giving material, and also that every text that is talked about in class, they have written on themselves. And so they're bringing their own ideas, and they're encouraged to bring things from their own religious traditions or their own family traditions to that. So one text and one teacher isn't the center of the teaching, is that there's not one locus of authority. Second, once you disrupt this idea that there's one authority through one text and one teacher, you also disrupt the kind of idea that you are attempting to provide a specific set of answers. That, say you're teaching a lecture on impermanence, is that there's one text you're using on impermanence, one person speaking about impermanence, and you give that instruction, and then it's over with. Instead, what we want to do and what we try to do is we try to make the lecture not about presenting information where one person presents it, but about provoking discomfort so that the audience, or in this sense an integrated group, is uncomfortable. You do not want your students in the West comfortable. The second they're comfortable, that means they're not paying attention anymore. They figure they've learned everything, they know everything, they don't want to be, you don't want them to be relaxed. You don't want them to be comfortable. You want them to be bothered. You want them to be unsettled. You want them to be irritated by questions. you don't want them to be necessarily even be friends with you or even like you, is that because if they're antagonistic to you, they're actually going to be more involved. They're going to be more involved in challenging you, and this is what we try to do. So all of these aspects of rituals of announcing or addressing, a very nice introduction, by the way, all of the things of giving gifts, all of these wonderful things and things I love about Thailand, we try to strip those things away. Because the more we can strip them away, the more students are elevated, the more students are interactive, and the more they're going to be involved and have an investment in what they're doing, and they're going to be within the atmosphere of that class. Third, we try to do just what Dr. Leber did, is create a physical or material space. And so that you use a lot of interactive aids, whether they be online materials, film materials, physical materials. I generally bring lots of physical materials to class, actual manuscripts. I teach a course in a museum, so we actually teach courses in the galleries of the museum, so you're standing next to images and murals. I take students a lot to field trips, so we actually teach, even though I teach in a university, we actually will have a lecture within a monastery in the United States. Or we bring different visiting speakers to the class from different traditions. And so what we want to do is we want the atmosphere in that course not to simply be an atmosphere anywhere, that it's one classroom looks like every other classroom, is that each classroom should be specific into itself, and each lecture should be sort of an event. I often brought to class chanting, so recorded chanting, or even though it's actually illegal in my university because of the fire alarms, but we'll burn incense in class. We'll do anything to get all of the senses involved so the students feel that they're a part of something that is happening in a very moment. So you create this atmosphere through material items, through disrupting authority, through uncomfortable questions, and through participation. And then what you want to do is that you want to create an event in that atmosphere. And an event meaning that each lecture is into itself, is that it's an event almost like you would say an event going to a large ritual. Say you're going Wien Tien. That's an event. You're not sitting still, you're not listening, you're part of an event. It's a specific date, a specific time, at a specific temple. Or you create an event where it's around a specific problem, that you're dealing with a particular problem, and so people are invested in dealing with that problem. And the key to creating an event in this atmosphere is to embed the instruction within the memory of each student. Is that if you can think of the important memories of your life, the important life events you have, maybe it's your 7th birthday, or it's the day you got married, or the day you became ordained, or the day perhaps a traumatic event, the day your mother passed away, or the day that your brother passed away. Is that an important event in your life, that event sticks in your memory, that you're not going to forget it. You're going to forget 5 years ago what you ate for lunch on a Tuesday. You're not going to remember that. But you're going to remember the day that you graduated, or you're going to remember the day that a close friend passed away. And so what we're trying to do is that we're trying to make that lecture something embedded in their memory. And the way to do that is to make it different from every other lecture, to make each one an event. And that will trigger this memory to bind in memory. The second thing about creating a memory in this event is to invest each event with emotion. Is that if a student is not emotionally invested in a lecture, then they'll easily forget it. And this is not necessarily a good emotion. You don't necessarily just want students to be happy. You want them to be upset. You want them to be sad. You want them to be joyful. You want them to be angry. And in Sanskrit, of course, in Sanskrit literary theory, you have a thing called rasa, which where we get the term in Thai rot, okay? And that's why rot has a saw at the end, because rot, rasa. Rasa means flavor in Sanskrit, okay? Is that in Sanskrit literary theory, beautiful pieces of literature like the Ramayana or the Mahabharata, is that they're supposed to give you a taste on your tongue. The literature is supposed to give you a taste. But those tastes, and there's 10 rasa, those tastes aren't necessarily all good tastes. My favorite rasa is the vama rasa. The vama rasa means the rasa that makes you sick to your stomach, that makes you want to vomit, something that is striking and scary sometimes. The best way to invest emotion in an event is through the use of narrative. Now, the one great gift, there's many great gifts Buddhism has given the world, is narrative, is stories, is that the teaching of Buddhism through stories, whether it's the Avatamsaka Sutra, or it's the Gandavyuha, or it's the Jatakas, is that these stories are memorable. Buddhists are great storytellers. And so that's the best way sometimes to get these emotions. So, what you want to do, and what we try to do, is three things. A problem, an object, and a moment. So problems can be various things. Okay? The problem of religious violence. So we might show images of Thich Quang Duc in Saigon in 1963 setting himself on fire. Or we might talk about the Sri Lankan Civil War. Or we might talk about the violence in southern Thailand. Or we might talk about the violence during World War II, the Japanese Buddhist violence. And so that this is a problem. Buddhism and violence is a problem. Or we might talk about economic inequality as a problem. We might talk about poverty. Or we talk about starvation, is that this is a world problem. Abortion, life after death. Is there such a thing as life after death? What happens in life after death? Etc. And so we look at a specific problem and then bring an object to deal with that problem. So if you're talking, say, about suicide, you might bring an object of someone who's committed suicide. You might bring a photo of it. You might bring a suicide note, something physical, something real, so that there's an emotional attachment to it. And then talk about the moment that it happened. You might have newspaper reports about it. You might have stories or narratives from family members, etc. And you take that moment, that problem, and then you associate it with Buddhist texts and Buddhist teachings. So I'll give you one example. Addiction, the problem of addiction. Okay? Now, how do Buddhists talk about addiction? Well, they talk about it in many ways. Okay? But when it comes down to it, of course, addiction is a problem of the self. It's a problem of the I. Is that the worst type of addiction is the addiction to yourself, the addiction to your own desires, the addiction, as my abbot used to say, tit jiwarn, yeah, tit jiwarn. So addicting to your own robes. Okay, a monk who is so proud of themselves that they're addicted to their own robes, to their own identity. An addiction to heroin, or addiction to alcohol, or addiction to gambling. But when it comes down to it, any of these addictions, it's all rooted in the self. It's all rooted in the I. So you might think of yourself as the center of the universe. And as the center of the universe, you need things for yourself. You need things to feed yourself. You need money, you need prestige, you need degrees, you need power, you need sex, you need food, everything that comes to you. And addiction feeds that self. It builds the self. Now, some people are not simply addicted to the self, meaning they think that their self is better. They might think that their self is worse than others. They might put themselves below others. And so they're always apologizing, or they think they deserve violence, or they think they deserve suffering. Regardless whether they want to elevate themselves or put themselves down, the problem for Buddhists, it's rooted in the I. It's rooted in the self. These are my two children. This is my son Henry and my daughter Jane. Now, they're a problem. They're a problem because I'm addicted to them. Right? Once you have children, as anybody's had children, or you think about your mother and father, is that there's no greater bond. There's no tighter bond between a parent and their child. I assume that my daughter is the most beautiful and intelligent and talented girl on earth. That she is smarter and prettier and more talented than any daughter you will ever have. She is prettier and smarter and more talented than all of your mothers. She is prettier and talented and smarter than any possible granddaughter you will ever have. My daughter is superior to your daughter. If there was a burning building and your mother and my daughter were in that burning building,
and my daughter was on the top floor of that burning building, and your mother was on the first floor, I could easily save your mother. Easily. I would step on your mother to rush up to get my daughter, even though there was very little chance to get her. Why? Because I'm addicted to my daughter. She is something associated with me, with my family, my blood, my genetic, my genes. Same thing with my son. My son, I assume, is better than all of your sons, all of your brothers, all of your fathers. Well, of course, that's not true. My daughter is no better than anyone else's daughter. My son is no better than anyone else's son. They're not smarter. They're not prettier or more handsome. They're not more talented. They're simply bags of bone and blood. Right? My daughter is 5 years old. She's about this high. She's very, very small. Okay? She's not worth anything. She's bone and blood and hair and feces. That's all she is. But to me, she's the most important thing in the world. My son is 9 years old. He is bone and blood and feces and hair. He's not important. If I added up all of his components and I sold them, it would be worth about $7, okay, in the U.S. About $7 worth of chemicals. Okay? But to me, he's the most important person in the world. So the problem is that I'm addicted to my children, just as you might be addicted to your children or to your parents or to your brother or to your sister. And why are you addicted to them? Buddhists would say because they're associated with you. They're an extension of you. Your child is an extension of you. Your religion is an extension of you. Your nation is an extension of you. Your language is an extension of you. And all of those things that are extensions of you, you're addicted to. The problem is that your country, your language, your religion, your family, your favorite sports team, your favorite food are no more important than anyone else's. They're no more important than the poorest person in the world or the richest person in the world. However, you assume that they're more important because they're associated with you. And this is a problem. It's a problem of addiction. And addiction isn't simply a problem of, oh, you're addicted to alcohol, you're addicted to heroin, or you're addicted to gambling. No, you're addicted to you. You're addicted to an I. And so this is a problem. How do we deal with that problem? Well, Buddhists would deal with these problems by telling stories. And so that's what we try to do in class. We take a problem like addiction, and then we associate it with stories. So, of course, the famous story of Kissa Gotami. I'm sure many of you know it, but I'll recount it real quick in case you forget. There was a young woman named Kissa Gotami. Kissa Gotami, there's different versions of these stories, and they're told all over the Buddhist world. Kissa Gotami had a child. Okay? In one version of the story, she's pregnant and has a child. Another version of the story, she just has a young child, about 3 years old. Okay? So in any case, Kissa Gotami, she loves her child. She's addicted to her child. Her child is the most important thing in the world to her. She's so much more important because her husband has died. Kissa Gotami's, her child's father has died. So Kissa Gotami's child is the closest one to her. Her child dies, and Kissa Gotami has a terrible emotional psychological break. Is that she can't stand the suffering. She can't stand the sorrow. She's overwhelmed. And she's so overwhelmed by the sadness of the death of her child is that she refuses to believe that her child is dead. And so she carries this lifeless child into a village. And she goes up to the first house in the village and she says, please, please help me. My child is sick and my child needs medicine. And the first person who sees her sees the sorrow in her face. They see the anguish in her face. And they say, oh, Kissa Gotami, this is terrible what has happened to you. But your child's not sick. Your child's not sick. Your child has passed away. Your child is dead. Kissa Gotami, we'll take care of you. We'll embrace you. Don't worry. Oh, no, Kissa Gotami say, oh, no, my child's not dead. Thank you for your help, but my child's not dead. I just need to find medicine. And goes to the next house. Goes to the next house. Do you have any medicine for my child? Oh, Kisako to me. I'm sorry, but your child is dead. Oh, no, my child's not dead. Goes to the next house and to the next house. Now, people in the beginning of this story were very compassionate to Kisako to me. They wanted to help her. They wanted to help cremate her child. They wanted to take care of her. But as she goes on and she doesn't listen, that compassion for her quickly changes to anger. She's bringing death to the village. She's bringing bad luck. She needs to, slap herself. Snap out of it, Kisako to me. Your child's dead. They tried to take the child from her arms and she resists. Please, don't you understand my child's dead? And no one can get through to her that her child is dead. And so they call the Buddha. They hear about someone teaching next village. He's known as the Buddha. Perhaps he can help. So he's brought in. And she sees this new person coming to town, and he's very amazing looking. And she runs up to him, and she says, "Excuse me, sir, do you have any medicine for my baby? Do you have any medicine for my child?" And the Buddha doesn't say, "Snap out of it." He doesn't say, "Get it through your thick skull. Your baby's dead." No, he said, "Of course, Kisako to me. Of course, I have medicine for your child. Why didn't you ask me before? Of course. Here's what you need to do. You need to find a house in this village where no one has ever died." And meaning house, meaning like house, the lineage. You have to find one house where no one's ever died and get a mustard seed from that house. I will use that mustard seed to make medicine. So she goes to the first house. "Hi, do you have any mustard seeds?" "Oh, of course, Kisako to me. Here's some mustard seeds. Oh, before I go, has anyone ever died in your family?" And when she asks that, she sees the look on the person's face. She sees the tear well up in their eyes. "Oh, yes, Kisako to me. Yes, my son died a few years ago. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's terrible. Well, I need to get this medicine, but I'm going to come back and I'll talk to you." She goes to the next house. "Do you have any mustard seeds?" "Yes, Kisako to me. Before I go, do you have any, has anybody ever died in your family?" And she sees the look on their face. "Oh, yes, my mother passed away." Oh. She goes house to house to house. And she sees the looks in the people's faces. She sees the sorrow in their faces. She goes to the Buddha. She hands the Buddha her child. And the Buddha cremates that child. And she realizes. But the only way she can realize is to realize she's not alone in her suffering. She's not the only one who's sad. She's not the only one who has felt pain. Everyone feels pain at some point in their life. Everyone has had loss. And this story talks very well, I believe, about addiction. And I often use it to teach about addiction. Is that the addiction, the most overwhelming addiction isn't that the heroin or gambling. It's the addiction to yourself and the extensions of yourself. I'll tell a quick story, and I often do, about, in different situations, about my own life. And we encourage professors in the United States to do this. You talk about not only stories and text, but you talk about yourself and how it relates to it. I remember I was growing up in Philadelphia in the United States, and my mother, my father was a truck driver, and my mother ran a little store. She sold, like a convenience store. She sold cigarettes and lottery cards and candy, milk, things like this, little tiny store. And my mother, oftentimes the store didn't make a lot of money, and so my mother would stay at the store very, very late, and I would often do my homework. When I was a child, I would do my ganban, and I would sit on the floor, and I would watch my mother talk to customers. And so here's the counter, and here's, imagine this, so here's my mom's here, and customers would come in and talk to her. I'd be sitting on the floor here. And I was a child. I was about 7, 8 years old. And I remember one night, I was sitting there doing my homework, and I look up at my mom, and my mom's got a gun to her head. A thief had come in and was robbing my mom. And I looked up, and I see my mother with a gun to her head. And my mother's being very quiet. She's handing the thief the money. And she was looking at me, she couldn't say, she didn't want the robber to know that I was there. She didn't want him to know that I was on the floor. And so she just kept looking at me, staring at me, making sure that I'm being quiet. Now, he left. My mother was okay. But I remember that very much. I was 8 years old. And I remember that for years and years and years and years and years, I had violent thoughts about that criminal. If I ever caught him, what I would do to him, how I would stab him or I would shoot him, how much I hated this person for robbing my mother, how much I hated him for making my mother scared. And the thing is, I realized many years, and until I entered the monastery, until I became a monk, it took me a long time to realize that the only person that those thoughts were hurting was me. My thoughts of violence towards this criminal didn't hurt the criminal. He had no idea I was thinking this. I didn't know his name. I never saw him again. It didn't hurt him at all. The only thing that kind of addiction to anger hurt was me, and hurt the people I was around, because it made me a very scared and negative person with angry thoughts. And so just as Kisako to me was addicted to her idea of herself and what was important to herself, I was addicted to my mother and the safety of my mother. And that's a problem. And it's a problem that Buddhists can deal with very well and deal with lessons about the self. So you take these emotional stories, whether they're Buddhist stories drawn from Mahayana texts or Theravada texts or Vajrayana texts, whether they're modern or ancient, and you talk about them, and you bring them into the atmosphere of a class to deal with a particular problem. But then you take a physical thing, like a manuscript I said before, or we'll listen, we'll actually do rituals in class. Sometimes I have nuns or monks in the local area will come there in class and perform a ritual for the students. I especially like the kind of pouring ritual when you rap sinha, is that you pour water, you take these precepts. And if you think about it, you can take the 5 precepts without pouring water, right? I mean, you don't need to pour water. It doesn't actually do anything. I mean, some people might believe it does, but it doesn't actually do anything. And so you might say, oh, okay, intellectually, just in my mind, I'll take the 5 precepts. But the actual pouring of water, if you do it long enough, is important, because you're really connecting physically to something. You're really involving yourself in a moment where you have to keep your hand steady. Or as in, it's very nice in Thailand, if you know this custom, just say you're a whole family's taking the 5 precepts. And you can't crowd around. They can't all pour the water. But you'll have people touch each other's shoulders. And so they're all connected. You have this physical connection in the room. And we try to do that. We try to have rituals where students are physically part of something. I even teach a course on monastic life where these are American college students, and American college students are addicted to cell phones, and they're addicted to television, all of these things. But for a month in the class, they have to take a code of silence. And so for a whole month, 24 hours a day, they have complete silence. No television, no internet. No, it's only a very small class. There's only 18 in the class, so it's very small. But for a whole month of that course, those students practice silence. And they only can write notes to each other. They can't listen to radio. And that by being physically silent, by physically changing themselves, they are more involved in the things that we are doing in class. Even though they can't speak, they are more involved in those moments. And so when we're talking about the problem of addiction, I often bring the pictures from corpse meditation. Okay? If you are, you might have read this in older Pali texts, or you might have seen it practiced, but a common practice, not a common practice, actually a relatively rare practice, in Southeast Asia is meditating on corpses. Now, most nuns and monks will not do this in their life, but some do. Some do. And that this is an old practice, and so it's a very visceral practice. I remember when I was ordained, we had to meditate on corpses, and so I only did it about 4 times, corpses that were brought to the monastery. But to watch a physical body decay over about 3 weeks, usually it takes, is very, very humbling to see doing that. So I try to do that in class. We don't have corpses in class, but I will talk about the problem of addiction. I will tell stories from different Buddhist texts, but I will actually also show pictures of corpse meditation. And these are taken, I'm not going to show the actual visceral ones, the real ones, because I don't want to upset you. But we'll show murals, famous murals in Thailand that look at corpse meditation and the monks who practice this. And so we bring a little bit of history, we bring a little visual aids to the class, and so the student sees that everyone has a certain problem of addiction, is that there's stories that deal with this problem, there's visual aids or actual physical ritual moments that all deal with this problem. And that opens up, I generally find, and other professors who do that, who we practice these methods, is that this opens up to conversation. Is that the students really feel that they have embedded this in their memory. They really feel invested. And so we encourage students then to talk about their own problem or a problem that they see. It might be their own problem with addiction or a story that they heard. So they are interactive, and then encourage them to use Buddhist texts and Buddhist training, things that they've learned, to teach us how to solve that problem. So by the end of the class, I'm no longer the teacher or the professor in these types of methods, no longer teachers. The students are teaching themselves and teaching the teacher about that. And they're encouraged to tell their own story. They're encouraged to be involved. And then we take it outside of the classroom. We take this event that we created, and we take it, that problem that we've tried to solve, and we take it out to, they might do independent projects, they might do field trips, they might do research projects, all dealing with this, or they might even do social services. They might do volunteer work, they might work on addiction counseling, or they might work services for the poor. And so we try to take it out of the classroom after that, and using that. And then I also have a website, not anything like Dr. Labor's website, but an interactive website where students can take tours of different monasteries. They can see the photos, they can hear chanting, they can see videos, and so they can be a part of that outside the classroom as well. And I'll end there, and if there's any questions, I can take them. Thank you.
เดี๋ยวเรามีเวลาสัก15นาทีนะครับสำหรับการถามคำถามแล้วก็ตอบคำถามจากโปรเฟสเซอร์นะครับที่กรุณาให้ความรู้เกี่ยวกับเรื่องของการสอนทางด้านพุทธศาสนาในทางประเทศตะวันตกโดยเฉพาะประสบการณ์ที่สหรัฐอเมริกานะครับเดี๋ยวระหว่างนี้ถ้าท่านจะถามคำถามนะครับก็กรุณามาที่ด้านหน้านี้เลยก็ได้นะครับด้านหน้านี้มีไมค์ตั้งอยู่นะครับหรือว่าจะเขียนกระดาษเป็นภาษาไทยแล้วเดี๋ยวผมจะถามให้ก็ได้นะครับผมเนาะหมายถึงถ้าบางคนไม่สามารถที่จะเขียนเป็นภาษาอังกฤษได้นะครับโอเค and we have about 15 minutes for Q&A. And for those participants who would like to ask question yourself, you can come here on the stage. We have already set up microphone here for you. And for those Thai participants who are not feeling want to speak in English, you can write me in Thai. นะครับ And we just have heard Professor, the Dean of University of Pennsylvania, let me get his name correctly because I got Justin McDaniel นะครับ Associate Professor Justin McDaniel, he is the Dean from Religious Study from Pennsylvania University, US.
You can have a question for him also.
Yes.
Question for him also if they want.
Okay. And prior to that, we did listen to Budo part to enlightenment from Dr. Titas Leber. And then if you have a question, you can also direct the question to Dr. Titas Leber. It seems that we have question over here. Yes, you can take the stage.
I am from Nepal. My name is Mahendra Ratna Sake, and I participate here on behalf of Theravada Buddhist Academy, Nepal. And my first question is about the Borobudur. Can I?
Yes.
It's very interesting for me the Borobudur temple. But I want to know, I have heard about the Borobudur temple was, when it was constructed, some Nepali artist named, I think, Guna Dharma also worked at the construction. Is it true? Or if you have any information about this, can I have no?
Yeah, well, definitely, Atiga is very known. Yeah, there was an interaction between Nepal and Borobudur. There were traveling Chinese monks, and some of the Chinese monks spent years at the court in Java. So there was a definite interaction, and I can only confirm it as much as archaeologists can say today, but definitely from scholars, it is admitted that there was this very close interaction between Tibet, between Nepal. There was a connection at that time in the 9th century.
9th century.
Yeah, 8th and 9th century, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And the second question is on the second paper. I want to know about how the Buddhist solution about terrorism, how to control terrorism, and how, what's the Buddhist solution?
If I knew that answer, I would get paid a lot more money than I do. There is no one solution to terrorism. There's many solutions to terrorism, whether that be Buddhist solutions or Christian solutions or Muslim solutions to terrorism. Terrorism is a problem in different places of the world. I mean, of course, you can go to classic Buddhist teachings and you can talk about Buddhism and violence. You can talk about addiction to your own ideals, or you can talk about self-obsession. You can talk about the chain of the dependent co-arising. Is that the desire for resources or independence or a certain ideology or defense of your family or defense of your religion, that kind of cause and effect system, which Dr. Laberg talked about in Borobudur, that can lead to violence. But then there's so many other factors that lead to that too. There's economic disparity. There is the problem of violent images on television and violent images in video games you can associate with this. But there's so many factors that would lead an individual or a group to commit a terrorist act that there's not one Buddhist solution to it. But the key is to have Buddhist voices in this. Is that so Buddhists are participating in these discussions, that Buddhists are having their voice heard at different international meetings, at different strategy meetings, and so that we only don't have one perspective and one answer, meaning that you fight terrorism with more terrorism, or you fight violence with more violence. Is that hopefully Buddhist voices would be you don't fight violence with violence, but you fight violence with compassion and teachings. But it's a big question. It's a good question, but a big one.
Thank you.
Thank you for those inspired question. So we have more minutes. Yes, please, you come here, the microphone, please. If you can come here, address your name, where you come from, and keep the question short.
My name is Sawanratana from Cambodia. I have one question for Professor on the presentation of the Borobudur Path to Enlightenment. It was very interesting, first of all, and it's a new eye-catching discovery for me and perhaps for many others as well. Because normally we see pictures as just picture, but the hidden sense, ideas, not much available to us. So it's good this discovery. And just want to know the model of building Borobudur. It's the builders stick to which school or which tradition of Buddhism those days in Java?
Well, the interesting thing is that the Borobudur is catering to all three traditions. Mostly, to Mahayana. But as I showed on this turning model, there is reference to Theravada through a Chinese school which took over the Theravada to the Mahayana school. So mostly it was a mixture between Tibetan Buddhism and Mahayana Buddhism which influenced at that time the construction. Because we have the mandala, which is definitely referring to the Tibetan school, but topically, story-wise, the majority of the panels are dedicated to the Avatamsaka Sutra. So most inspirations are from these two schools.
Oh, I see. So the combination of
Mahayana and Tibetan Vajrayana.
It's not much Theravada elements there.
There are, because the lower part definitely is referring to the Jatakas. So Jatakas are common to all schools. And the interesting thing is that the Lalita Vistara, which is the life of the Buddha, is definitely shared by all schools, but it is filtered because the tradition in which it's used on the Borobudur was used by a school which derived Theravada into a Chinese derivate school from Theravada, which filtered it already towards Mahayana. So there's definitely Theravada influence, but it's less present than the two other schools.
Thank you. There's one question to Professor Justin McDonnell. We listened to you. It was fascinating presentation and some new methods of teaching, perhaps it's quite novel to the traditional way of teaching in Buddhist tradition in Asia. But I thought you use the modern term like addiction. What's the Pali or the connotation in Asian language you can use as be very similar to this addiction. And my question is whether all the addictions are bad, as what you suggest that all this addiction, whatever you are addicted to, is all bad. But if we take in a light manner, addiction, for example, to your studies or perhaps to your goal, you aim at success, perhaps not as bad as what you seem to suggest. Thank you.
Thank you. I would say that all addictions are bad. Yeah. Even that, it's like tanha or desire. Yes, tanha, desire for, nirvana, you can say is a productive desire, or an addiction to your path is a productive. But eventually, that's going to, the problem, you can't achieve awakening with the self. And so you have to displace the self at one point. So you can say productively, you could have an addiction on the way that would lead to something, but I would say that's not necessarily addiction. That it would be something that you're working towards. So yeah, I would say that any addiction, even addiction to what we might perceive as a path of Buddhism is a problem, because it assumes it puts you above someone else. It puts your path or your desire above someone else, and of course that can lead to not being open-minded. That can be leading to problems between different religions. It can be leading to a self-obsession. So there's a really nice, real quick story told about this very thing. So one time there's this novice, okay, samanane, and the samanane has been given. He's very smart. Okay, he's about 17 years old, very intelligent, really good meditator, good student, and his abbot says to him, Jawak gives him a message, and he says, take this message across the river and deliver it to this other abbot that lives across the river. And if you complete this task, that you will become a true Buddhist master and you will become the new abbot of the temple. And so the novice is very surprised by this and very excited and runs off with the message. And he's running and he gets to a river, and there's a bridge he has to cross the river. There's a warrior standing at this bridge, and the warrior's got a big smile on his face. And the warrior says to him, I'm glad you're here because my teacher, my master, told me to kill the first 100 people who crossed this bridge. And so I've killed 99, and it's your lucky day. You're the 100th. And so the novice goes, well, yeah, but I have a task too. My teacher told me I have to get across the bridge. And the warrior goes, well, no, my teacher says that I have to kill you. And so the novice is very clever and says, did your teacher tell you which side of the bridge you had to kill people on? He goes, oh, no, I can kill people on both sides of the bridge, no problem. So the novice says, well, how about this? Let me cross the river, deliver my message, and then kill me on my way back. And the warrior says, absolutely not. You're going to run away. You're never going to come back. And the novice goes, no, 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 no. I'm honoring my teacher. You're honoring your teacher. And so the warrior says, well, you're very clever. Okay, I'll let you go. And if you don't come back, I'll find you anyway. So the novice runs, delivers his message, runs back. The warrior's shocked. What are you doing here? Well, I came back. You need to kill me now, right? I delivered my message, so you can kill me now. The warrior's a little confused. Oh, so I can kill you now? Well, yeah, that's your task, where you have to kill me. And so he goes, well, how do you want to kill me? Do you want me to run away and pretend I'm running away and you can chase me? And the warrior goes, no, my shoulder hurts, my back hurts. Nah, don't do that. Well, do you want me to get down on all fours and you can chop my head off real easily? No, because I don't want to lean down that far. Well, do you want me to just stand here? Yes, just stand there. So the novice stands there, and he closes his eyes, and he waits for the warrior to chop his head off. And he waits, and he waits, and he waits, and nothing happens. And he opens up his eyes, and he sees the warrior crying. And he goes, warrior, why are you crying? And he says, well, I found my true master. I found my true master. The true master is a person who is not addicted to their own path, addicted to their own sense of who they are, but listens and accepts the teachings of others and learns to work with others. And so, in that story, illustrates the problem with addiction.
Thank you. That seemed to be the last question. If both of professor, if you don't mind, because the next session will be creating Open ASEAN Buddhist syllabi. So I kind of ask for each of you 1 minute as a final remark, so we can take that message and we can bring to the next one. If you can give a final remark from your point of view, just 1 minute each.
Well, final remark is, I think I said it essentially. Let me just summarize very quickly. I think in our world of building up conflict, the message of Buddhism, the middle path, the message of tolerance is quintessential. And if we can convey through new media and through a way which is understood and accepted by young people, the message of the Dharma, the Buddhist message, bring that to media which everybody carries on him in terms of mobile phones, mobile devices, the internet. I think Buddhism's message will do a lot of good and is much needed in this world. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lee.
I think that's a great final message. My final message would be, when you're teaching, when you have your students, don't be afraid to let your students interact with you. Don't be afraid to let them share knowledge, and don't be afraid to step down and not become a participant in the conversation, not just a teacher in the conversation. And in that way, I think you'll find that your students have a lot of very interesting things to say and new ideas can come up. Thanks.
Thank you. And please give your big hands to Dr. Peter Slaver, who present Borobudur Path to Enlightenment, and also Associate Professor Justin McDonnell, who just finishing talking about teaching Buddhism in the West. Thank you.
Well, the bit morning part. It was very interesting. I guess that we were flowered by wisdom of Professor Emeritus Ajahn Sang Changam, whose sharp words and very sharp wisdom, I am sure that it really gives us a waking up call. Similarly with the Professor Titus Lebert, brilliant presentation. I'm already asked by so many people here is that, is there any way that I can get a copy of that? I want to use it in my college. I want to view it in my personal computer. Imagine. It is not a one disc. We are not talking about a one DVD. We are talking about 70 gigabyte, 70 gigabyte. So, I'm afraid that you have to dream for it. You have to dream for it. I guess that at the moment it is in the process of a mass production. So, by some time, by the end of the year, in the 2 weeks now, you can get into mass production. But I'm guess that by the end of the year, the price which is now, when you hear, we may have to run away from this hall. Because at the price at the moment, the labor, the team, production team has put it, it is worthless actually. But to make this work available, it is I think $1,000 at the moment. Yes, the production team had a price of it something around $1,000. But I guess that the work, it is worth much more than that. Justin has been very, as we say, that it's very inspiring class. We are teaching Buddhism in Asia. We are teaching in a style of a Buddhist monk in different places. Somewhere we give a sermon, somewhere we interact with the different people, somewhere we provoke the ideas. But the way that Justin has really give us a big pictures that how in the West they are teaching Buddhism. Why in the West the teaching Buddhism, it gets a sort of it's a level of success, I guess. So this is another matter, another issues. As we are the Buddhist education provider, we have to think hard about it. Well, the next sessions, while they are arranging the table here, and I noticed that when you go out of this heaven, I guess that this is a heaven, a small heaven of our intellectual heaven. Because when I go out there, the heat, the hotness from the weather is so hot. So this is a very cool and cozy for us. Sometimes it is too cool that we dream out to the heaven. Really, we dream. So all the coffee break is served inside the hall to save your energy. But I guess that I have to warn you that don't be too comfortable, because we need to really work hard towards the aim of this conference. If you go out for the break during the, any time you feel like that you feel tired, you need a natural call, you need the loo, at the back of the stage, there is of course, left and right, all the toilet facilities are there. But in this break, I would like to get a cooperation from every delegate and one who is interested in this conference that tomorrow, we are breaking all these one who is interested in this conference to a different workshop group. I think that I remember that when I communicate with the invitation letters to every institutions. I think that I'd make sure that I mentioned clearly that this conference is working conference. This conference is not paper presenting conference. So that's why I didn't ask any single delegates to provide me any paper. Although there are some scholars send me a paper. I remember that a Venerable Jnana Pundika sent me a Pali paper. That is a good one. But otherwise, I didn't ask anyone to bring the paper. But what I asked is that please bring your syllabus, which is already sent through email, and please bring your valuable thinking capacity and brain. That's what we need here today. That's what we need for this conference. So it will be breaking to the 5 different workshop groups. So we have to really walk and shop around. It's a workshop. We have to really work and shop around. Shop for what? Shop for good ideas. Exchange good ideas to able to really hold on to something just like a shopping bags. I'm sure that our experience when you go shop around, we buy things and then we hand in our hand and then we feel very proud of it. So this is another kind of workshop. We have to shop around within the workshop and then trying to bring out something very concrete that you can hold of it with a very proud, your own production. So we have foreign delegation alone, I think around 140 here, more or less. I think 135 to 40, but I think the latest will be something over 140. So we have 140 foreign delegations. And I'm sure that we still have Thai delegations from different institutions and universities. So what I would like to request, humbly request, is that please sign your names. Please sign your names when you get out from this hall. I think the table is provided on the, when we go out from this hall, it will be left on our left. They have a table, they provide a table and they have a signature sheet there. Please choose your own choice. Make your own choice that which workshop you would like to join in. We have 5 different workshops, okay? But I want to make sure that the distribution go equally to all these 5 workshops. Because otherwise, if you are going just only one workshop, then we don't have a room for it, actually. Then we have to use this big whole room, and then the full workshop wouldn't be any productive. The 5 workshops we have, just to have a brief account of what we expect from this 5 workshops while we are waiting for the table arrangement and then during this break, is that the workshop number 1 is on making standard Buddhist curriculum. Making standard Buddhist curriculum. Of course, when you listen to it, it's so vague, it's so big, and then I don't know what we are talking about. What we expect in this workshop is that after our discussions, after our brainstorming in this session today, we have to really work out and exercise the way of thinking in a sense that is there any possibility to create what we call core subject of Buddhism, which is accepted by all Buddhist institutions and universities. I'm sure in Mahamogga Buddhist University, I teach here history of Buddhism. I'm sure that in Burma, you have to teach history of Buddhism. I'm sure that in Cambodia, same rely in the Vietnam, in Laos, in Sri Lanka. Everywhere we have to learn, we have to study For example, history of Buddhism. But if we started to take class in different places, you will see that the contents of the history of Buddhism may vary, which make it this whole level of standard of education varied. We can't standardize which one is a good one, which one is a bad one. Therefore, let us join hand in hand, and then let us join head to head. Bring together all the similarities, what we already have it. Put aside all the differences to make it very colorful. And then if we can make some core subject of teaching Buddhism in all these ASEAN plus 5 countries. ASEAN as 10 countries. There are Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, Myanmar, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Vietnam, Philippines, and Brunei. So these 10 countries plus 5 countries which has a Theravada domination, Sri Lanka, India, Bangladesh, Nepal, and of course, Sipsang Panna or the Yunnan of southern China. So if we can join hand in hand, we can work together to create this core subject. Not everything, just a core. But in terms of to specify, to make it very special, you can have a Buddhism in Laos, you can have a Buddhism in Malaysia, Buddhism in Nepal, and so on. But let's talk about the core subject. And if we can agree upon this kind of a thing, then we can create what we call as 40 different educational institutions and universities recognize this curriculum as a history of Buddhism. It is a common property, it is an open source, and we can create as a standard for our Buddhist universities and colleges. That is something we are gearing for. So I hope that in this workshop, so you have to really work on. So you have to work on that how we create a few syllabus, few curriculum that can apply to all of our organization, institutions, and colleges and universities. So that will be the task of the first workshop. So if you are keen on that, please join your name in. Unfortunately, location of this Mahamukut is in a remote place, in a sense. I'm sorry that I didn't provide you any car and bus for to get out, go away. So you are locked in here. Literally you are locked in here. So please use this time. You can skip this. So you have to put your names and one of these workshops. The second workshop is something very challenging. We are teachers and professors. We have listened to the Professor Justin, who is very good in presenting, who is very good in convincing, who is very good in telling the story until we carried away with his stories. I'm listening to the Kisa Gotami. I'm carried away with that stories. I thought that I'm good enough to be a give sermon. When I see the Venerable Justin here now, I think he do better job than many monks, because he was a monk before as well. So we have very few, or sometimes it is very difficult to have this, what you call is KM, knowledge management. We can share our experience in teaching or the technique of teachings. So this will be a workshop. If you are seeking for some kind of technique, how to develop your teaching skill. Within this workshop, I have asked some of the psychologists, some of the coaching experts to help us. For example, how I am going to analyze my students. If all of you are my student, how I am going to design my class in a way that I can answer all questions and all character you have. So that will be very challenging, as well as give us some technical advice Nowadays, we can't get away with this PowerPoint. So how do we make a good PowerPoint? Because sometimes we put a lot of text. Sometimes we put to make it so colorful. Sometimes we put all the pictures. Does it really work? So how do we, based on the psychology, based on the learning skill, what is a good model of PowerPoint? So you will be shared this kind of knowledge. And then maybe outcome of this workshop is that you might come out, you might workshop. We have a computer room provide for you to work on about that. We have a special computer room ready for you to really work on. And then maybe you can come out and suggest to us that this should be a good model of PowerPoint. This should be a good way of teaching Buddhism. So that is something very challenging indeed. We already have that experience, but we have to share it. Through the sharing, we make it even better, improvise it. So this is the second workshop I would like to ask you that if you have, but again, if you are interested in so many subjects, you can't clone yourself. So I have asked every institutions to invite about 5 of you so that you can really divide it to cover all those 5 workshops. The third workshop is very interesting as well. The third workshop is something very close to us. Justin has says that, how do we meditate? In our university, we are teaching meditation. We have a meditation class. How we grade? Is there any way that I can grade meditation class? If somebody come and then take part in the meditation class, I just give A? Or should I just watch very carefully and then if they are very still and not moving like a statue, then I will give a grade A? How do we grade? How do we grade? So in terms of teaching meditation in the university, in a modern university setting, how do we do that? So I thought that we might have some ideas from the psychology major, from the psychologist, and then some kind of new knowledge, techniques, to work it out or teach something like that to give us the same end result, that is a concentration. And then concentration in terms of a secular level. And of course, if we can develop that to an even noble level, higher level. So that will be something that if you are teaching meditations, please take this workshop and then try to develop your skill how to teach meditation in the class effectively, that not boringly. We can see that if we see the meditation, maybe a few minutes, we might be very strong and we might be very straight. But after a few minutes, then you are started nodding your heads. Sometimes even worse. You say, let's go now, let's go now. You'll go change to that mood. And then nobody want to take that part of our classes. So how we change, how we renovate that idea. So that will be the main purpose of the third workshop. Fourth workshop, that is even challenging. The fourth workshop is Buddhism and ASEAN community. Buddhism and ASEAN community. Of course, when you look at that, of course, ASEAN are the 10 countries, and in their country, they have a Buddhism. When we look at those ideas, we look at the ASEAN as a one box, Buddhism as another box. But within this workshop, we are going to relook at this topic in a new way. What we are going to do is that, in this workshop, looking at Buddhism as the foundation of ASEAN cultural identity. Not saying that Buddhism is an ASEAN religion. Actually, if we look at all these 10 nations, not only 10 nations, ASEAN plus 5, another 15 countries, our base of thought, our base of knowledge, our base of identity, our base of culture, our food culture, our music culture, our art and horticulture, where did it come from? Buddhism. Or bracket, or in the parenthesis, the Brahmanism. So we forget that our root. So we have to bring out such a syllabus curriculum that how we can present this, not a Buddhism as a religion, but a Buddhism as a source of everything of what we are. So that will be another challenging task for everyone you to really share and work it out. I can just give this hint, but on the detail, it is your task, and we rely upon every one of you. The last one, I still have 3-4 minutes. The last workshop is, the 5th workshop, is something even challenging now. The workshop is titled Pali Tipitaka Studies. One of the conditions in this class, in this workshop, very challenging indeed, but for many of us, it is not challenging. You have to speak Pali in this workshop. So if you want to back to the future or back to the past, if you want to imagine that how the time of the Buddha when they communicate, join this workshop, and there you will be seeing that King Namosi, what is your name, for example, and then so on. All this conversation will be done in Pali. Not only that, the main agenda of this workshop on the Pali is that we should look at the Pali in a very different perspective. That very perspective is actually look at the Pali as a root language of Asian or ASEAN language. Nobody realized that actually in Indonesia, in Malaysia, in the Philippines, in Burma, in Laos, in Cambodia, we do speak same language. Nowadays, we thought that we are different. In fact, the way of our thinking, the language we speak, is based on the same language. Like in Europe, you have Latin and Greek as the base, the root of their language. The same as in Asia. We have Pali and Sanskrit as the same root of our language. So if you look at the language from that perspective, don't use try to avoid to see language as a religious language. Language doesn't have a religion. So if you look at the language as a means of communicating, and then the root of that is actually Pali, in the bracket Sanskrit, then we'll have a different way of looking at, we'll have a different way of feeling each other in all this ASEAN country as a one humanity. So that will be another task for the 5th workshop. So at least I am hoping that with our work, with your collaboration, with your brain power, we might able to maybe come out with one simple subject or the syllabus called Introduction to Pali, which can be taught in every institution, not only Buddhist universities. Or even more challenging is that we might able to create one small dictionary of etymology. Shows that actually many of these words we use in Indonesia, Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, Myanmar, actually they are the same word from the same root. I think that one of my word I remember from Malaysia, Indonesia, they said jalan jalan, let's go, go, jalan jalan. What is that? Chara. In Thai called pai jon. Same word. Like a karma. All these 10 countries use the same word. You have so many. They call airport here Tha Akasayan. But in Thai, when they translate, become Akatyan. Akasayana, the vehicle which fly on the air, you see, that is actually means aeroplane, based on the Pali. In Thailand, they call this communication something that we are always now so attached that we can't live without that. The telephone, iPhone, U-phone, whatever is that. What we call in Thai language? Thorasap. What does it mean? Generally, they will say that is an instrument of communication. In fact, Thorasap, sap Sabda, sab means that the words. Tura or Turakandan in Thai language means that it's far away. So basically what you are saying is that a words which come from far away is actually a telephone. Same as a television. They call Thorathat. When they write, it's write it Dasana. Dasana is a pictures, a darsan, a pictures, which come far from Dura. You see? So if we know that, we will know even the language we are speaking, which sometimes I always ask that, do you really know what you are speaking about? So this will give a very new look at our way of our speaking and then make it very close among all of us between the Asian plus 5 or the ASEAN community. So these are the 5 workshops. The list and the sheet is already provided. So please make your mind. Do a little bit of shopping here. Make your mind. Put your name in one of the workshop. So tomorrow we will have an expert to guide us how we are going to run this workshop before we divide it to different workshop which is in the different buildings. So at the moment, so my humble request is that please put your names. I think I can take in each workshop maximum would be 40 sitting. So first come, first serve. Okay? First come, first serve. So this is a little bit of my, commercial gimmick here. So you have to put your name. I see somebody's already going to make your choices, I guess. So try to make your choices for any one of these 5 workshops, and then we will see how we get into that, how we'll get a fun with that, and then we can know each other better than just paper presenting. We can know each other by working together, and then it's not working together for the workshop, working together for our own propagation of Buddhism, the true propagation of happiness in the society. Thank you. I think it's a time now. The table has said our time is allocation is 3:30. I think I should change my role to something else. So, the very interesting session for this afternoon, which is a long one, but I'm sure that it wouldn't be a bored one, is that panel discussion on creating open ASEAN Buddhist syllabi. We have a very distinguished 5 scholars to give us their stand on this idea, and then to make it very feasible, and then because if you have only one moderator, sometimes we lose the point. So in this case, we have 2 moderators to help each other to get most out of these scholars. So I would like to request all the scholars to get on the stage, please. Professor Y. Karunadasa from Hong Kong University, who is expert in making syllabus, and then we'll get a more detailed bio on the stage. Associate Professor Justin McDaniel again, and then Dr. Shara Shaw from Oxford University, please. And we have actually in the program, we have a name of the Dr. Benjalak Namfa, who is the Deputy Secretary General of the Basic Education Commission. Unfortunately, she has another important meeting at in the ministry, so she sent her representative, Dr. Rangsan Vipun Upadham. Vipulla Upadhamma, again, Pali. Means that he is supported widely, he is supported fully, Vipulla Upadhamma. And the last but not least is Dr. Mano Lauhawanit, who is, of course, medical doctor, but equally he is a Buddhist scholar. So we'll see that how these 2 things combine each other. And then, of course, my colleague here, the moderator, Venerable Kamai Tamasami, who is the Secretary General of the IATBU, or the Association of Theravada Buddhist University, and then I also request myself to be on the stage. Thank you.
Venerable Mahasanghas, Vice Chancellors, Rectors, Professors, distinguished guests and panelists. This panel is called Creating Open ASEAN Buddhist Syllabi. ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, is going to become an open community in 2 years' time. So everything which is being organized at an international level within this bloc of nations is geared towards this open Asian community. And we also take this opportunity to have this panel discussion, which is to have a dialogue on open ASEAN Buddhist syllabi. My colleague, Venerable Dr. Anil Sakya Sukando, has already explained in detail about the 5 workshops that we are going to be working together tomorrow to bring out more ideas and to refine them and to take them one step forward at this conference. But before those 5 workshops, this panel discussion is a kind of precursor to everything that will be taking place tomorrow. We will be talking about syllabuses, the Buddhist study syllabus at the university level, and what we consider to be the core areas. We are going to be asking people from with expertise from different areas to give their opinions, and later you will have the opportunity to interact with them, to ask them to give your opinions. But first, please allow me to introduce some of the speakers. Of course, some of them, okay, you already know. But first, next to me is Professor Wankarunadasa, originally from Sri Lanka. He is now a visiting professor at the Center for Buddhist Studies, Hong Kong University, for the last 8 years. Professor Wankarunadasa is one of the best-known Abhidhamma and Theravada Buddhist scholars in the world, having written many scholarly books, articles on the subject. A graduate of the University of Ceylon and the University of London, where he obtained his PhD. He is Emeritus Professor of University of Kelaniya, Sri Lanka, where he once served as Dean of the Faculty of Arts and also as the Director of its Postgraduate Institute of Pali and Buddhist Studies. As that director, he designed this syllabus. And I went through this syllabus and I got my MA and PhD, so Professor Wankarunadasa is one of my teachers. Next to him is Professor Justin McDaniel. You already know him, a graduate of Harvard University and a scholar in Lao, Thai, Pali, Lana, and Sanskrit literature, Southeast Asian Buddhism, manuscript studies, and Southeast Asian history. He is also the co-editor of the journals Buddhism Compass and the Journal of Lao Studies. He has won teachings and advising awards at Harvard University, Ohio University, University of California, Riverside. He is now teaching Buddhism at Pennsylvania University. Next to him is Ajahn Rangsan, Dr. Rangsan Vipun Upatham. He is here to represent his boss. His boss.
เป็นจลักษณ์นำฟ้า
Yeah, Dr. เป็นจลักษณ์นำฟ้า She couldn't make it here, but she has sent very worthy of the expectation, somebody worthy of the expectation. Dr. Rangsan is specialist in education from the Ministry of Education of Thailand. His extensive experience with the Ministry of Education ranges from being a teacher in rural areas in Thailand to an educator at the provincial and the ministerial level. He had just completed his 5-year assignment as the Chief of Education at the UNICEF Thailand. And now he is back at the Ministry of Education. We want him today, we want him here, we need him here today because he is involved with the localization process of the ASEAN curriculum source book, the so-called source book, curriculum source book. And he is part of that. He is one of the brainchilds behind that. And next to Dr. Dr. Rangsan is Dr. Sarah Shaw from Oxford. She's a Buddhist scholar and also a practitioner. She's a faculty member of the Oriental Institute, University of Oxford, where she is also part-time lecturer at the Department of Continuing Education. She also teaches Buddhism to American students. I should emphasize American students who come to the United Kingdom to study Buddhism at Reading University. So she teaches Buddhism to them. And she has written a number of books on, including the translation of Jataka by Penguin and on meditation published by Routledge. And she has the experience of designing a Buddhist syllabus at Oxford together with Professor of Numata at the university. Next to Dr. Saresho is Dr. Mano Lauhawanit, who has been introduced already by Venerable Dr. Sukando. Dr. Mano Lauhawanit, some of you know him as Metanando Bhikkhu. He is both a medical doctor and a Buddhist scholar with a medical degree from Chulalongkorn University and with a BA in Sanskrit and Buddhism from Oxford University, master's degree from Harvard in medical ethics, and also a PhD in meditation and healing from Hamburg University in Germany. He has written many books and articles and is now the director of International Affairs, the foundation of King Rama IV the Great. Of course, you know already Dr. Sukando, the moderator. Now, we are going to have more or less in about 2 rounds where the panelists present their opinion. And each round will be about 3 to 4 minutes. And if we have more time, maybe we can allocate more time to each scholar. To start with the first round, I would like to pass the mic to my colleague, moderator, Venerable Dr. Sukando.
Thank you, Venerable Dhammasami. As you have seen, is that we have a very 5 different background scholars. We have someone who is expert in making the ASEAN source book, ASEAN curriculum source book, or whatever call it. It's a very huge, I forgot to bring it with me actually, it's a very huge pile of book, and then it's trying to give a very good idea how they are going to work on the sort of what you call is common curriculum towards the ASEAN community. We have a Karunadasa. I'm sure that with his expertise, which can really hint and give us a real guidance. We have one who is lively teaching in America in a successful way. We have Shara Shah, who is teaching all different kind of things, and her book is on Buddhist meditation. And then just by next to Buddhist meditation is a medicine here, Dr. Mano. So we have 5 different background scholars. Let us roll on and see that is there, Professor Karunadasa, can Professor elaborate the idea is that is there any way that we can create what we call is open ASEAN Buddhist syllabi? Is there any way at all, or is it just a dream?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. The issue is creating an open ASEAN Buddhist syllabi. That is the issue. So how should we set about doing that? So the question, how should we set about doing that? Yeah, I'm sorry. Now what is ASEAN? Not yeah. What is ASEAN?
Good.
It's a group of all the Southeast Asian countries plus 5. Among the 5 are Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, India, in China, Nepal, 5. So Southeast Asian countries plus 5. Now, in this big, vast geographical area, you find many religions, but the most important, but the majority religion is Buddhism. Even among the Buddhist countries, the majority religion is Theravada Buddhism. So ultimately, it boils down to Theravada Buddhism. It boils down to Theravada Buddhism. But then, Southeast Asia is very much smaller than Asia, you know that. In the vast continent of Asia, we get 3 great Buddhist traditions. Theravada in South Asia, Vajrayana in North Asia, and Mahayana in East Asia. So how should we respond to react to the other 2 Buddhist traditions? That's the problem. In my opinion, while concentrating on Theravada Buddhism, we must not distance ourselves from the other 2. Because I am reminded of a well-known saying by Max Muller, the first professor of Sanskrit at Oxford University. He says, he who knows one knows none. If you know only one religion, you don't know even that religion. In order to understand one religion, you must at least understand another religion. So this is where the significance of comparative religion comes in. So let us, while concentrating on Theravada, let us not distance ourselves from other 2, Vajrayana and Mahayana. We must have a knowledge of those 2 as a background. Then, when it comes to these 3, I never use the word, one system is higher or lower. I say different. The other day, in Hong Kong University, many students ask me, which is better, which is higher, Mahayana? I say, no, nothing. There's no question of higher or lower. One school is different. Different. If we adopt this attitude of different, many of these problems arise. Even this gender, what is this femininist movement? Highly unnecessary. Who is higher? Woman is different from man, that's all. No other difference. So this idea of difference makes a big difference to attitude to other Buddhist schools as well as non-Buddhist schools. So then other thing is, the Association of Theravada Buddhist Universities that we are going to start should be considered as a parallel movement to the ASEAN as an economic and political entity. ASEAN is an economic and a political entity. Ours is an academic entity. So our association must not be subordinated to the other one. It must be, if we subordinate, then our movement can be politicized by politicians. So let us keep free from politics. Let us be free, but without antagonizing the government. Then the most important thing to my mind, where we can help the ASEAN as economic entities. You know, Buddhism is not some kind of romantic philosophy or some kind of ideational philosophy. It recognizes the reality of matter, the reality of wealth. The Buddha says it is necessary to have a moral foundation for society, but a moral foundation cannot be established unless we have a proper economic foundation. This is the message given in the Kutadanta Sutta and the Chakravarti Sihanada Sutta of the Digha Nikaya. So, first thing is, that's what I say, Buddhism is not a romantic philosophy, not an ideational. It takes things into serious economic factor. So there must be sound economic basis in order to have a sound moral foundation. This is where we can advise the ASEAN countries. Yeah, that's it. ASEAN.
Otherwise, we can have only here. We have to make it them here.
Yes. So then, one more time. 2 minutes. Yeah. So, in concluding my remarks, I will again repeat what I said. We must develop as a parallel movement without getting ourselves subordinate to politics. But the Buddhist Sangha has a right to interfere not in party politics, but in national politics when it comes to real issues. When the very survival of Buddhism is at stake, Buddhist monks not be silent. They must take to not to party politics, but to national politics. National politics. There's a big difference between party politics and national politics. Buddhist monks must not be silent. They must. So this is where our Buddhist monks can help preserve our Asian Buddhist culture of South and Southeast Asia. I think yes. I'll hand.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Karunadas. Well, this is another big, I guess that a big challenge for us. Sometimes we stick with the labeling. The word Theravada, the word Mahayana, the word Vajrayana, of course, it is something like talking about anatta and an I. You know, if we are talking about anatta without the I, how am I going to talk? So something is that all this leveling, we have a problematic here, of course. But in terms of Theravada Buddhist University here, I understand that we are not in a sense that we are attaching, as Justin says, that we are not attached to the word Theravada, but that is a one word we have been using in a more wider than any other words. Even the early Buddhism, sometimes nowadays I see in America they use even the word Nikaya Buddhism, which is a very funny word, but it makes sense, of course. So this is one thing. By Theravada Buddhism, here, of course, I think that we take point that we are not ignoring the Vajrayana, we are not ignoring the Mahayana. After all, it is a MTV, isn't it? It's a Mahayana, Theravada, Vajrayana, as we used to say. Not a musical television, but it is our musical chair that we share the idea each other. But in order to bring, of course, this idea of one Buddhism to more fruitful, to able to reach in a way that which can really plant a seed as a life education. I think that is our challenge for today's conference, that how we are going to take that, which is already good, which is already excellent, to a certain level that we can also transmit, we can also really send that good wishes, good things to everyone who is looking for, who is seeking for. So this is our task. I guess that we might hear only single female here in the panel, and then in the because we have been hearing a lot of male voices, so maybe we might hear maybe sweet voices, make it more imaginable, I guess. Please, Sarah.
Thank you, Venerable Zakir, and thank you for inviting me here. I very much enjoyed the diversity of talks today, and this was really on my mind when I started to think about a syllabus, because the main thing about a syllabus is it has to fit the people involved. And if you have a teaching method that you impose on everybody because it's right, whatever it is, it will be wrong. If you have a syllabus that you impose on anybody because it's right, it will be wrong. One thing we can learn from the Buddha is that he really did pay attention to temperament and suitability. And this is true of students. So I hope that there is a flexible syllabus that actually takes into account the fact that some students need nurturing, they need to feel completely relaxed. Perhaps, I think a lot of women students feel this because they find the First Noble Truth too obvious. They want the rest. A lot of students need challenge, but some don't. So I hope that any syllabus is vague enough to accommodate all these needs. I think this is very important. The second thing I wanted to say was that as a European and a British person, I certainly would not like to tell ASEAN how to run its own affairs. And I realized that that was making me step back a lot because it's not my place to impose in that regard. In Europe, we have seen the effects of trying to impose rightness on other people, and it doesn't work very well. So I want to make remarks with that kind of sense that I am aware that I am just one voice in a diverse group. There were some things about Buddhist history I felt would be very useful for ASEAN, but I'm saying this as an outsider. And this is to look at perhaps at Ashokan inscriptions and have that as part of the core syllabus, because we have such an emphasis on pluralism, on living in other cultures. There are many ASEAN countries that are not Buddhist, that actually have their own agendas, and Buddhism, one hopes, has avoided fundamentalism. It has too rich and varied a history. It has no centralized force. It has no centralized government. These are great strengths, and one hopes that if there is a core syllabus, it teaches great respect for context, which we heard earlier in earlier talks, the Brahmins, the Jains, and the idea of a dharma, following a dharma. Is that the same now as it was at the time of the Buddha? These are questions I think would be interesting. So my main thought about the syllabus was that it was a way of asking questions, really. This is why Buddhism is so attractive from the West, and I can speak with confidence here. West and Pacific Rim, perhaps I ought to say, because it covers Australia and New Zealand, is we're very attracted to intellectual curiosity, debate, a lack of dogmatism, a lack of core rigid doctrine. This is what we find, this is what interests us so much, a real investigative search. So I very much hope the syllabus will incorporate these elements, and I very much hope it will encourage students to, because I was thinking no syllabus really does the job, it's a map. And what we look for in academic life is the ability to think and to analyze. Venerable Ashin used the example of being at the top of a mountain as this organization really starting there. Yeah. That if you have upeka, if you have real ability to look around with a good map, your syllabus is your map, but you need to be able to think and observe clearly. And I hope a good syllabus encourages that. And I think that's all I should say.
Thank you. So what we need is that a syllabus which does not control or restrain our idea, which does not control the method we study, which can open up but which can guide us. So in a way that, of course, the syllabus we are going to create, if it's possible that we need one. And then the criteria of that syllabus, of course, the Sara says that it has to be open, it needs to be very provocative, it gives the contents, the heaviness of the content should be there, but not kind of, dominating the idea, but let what they have it to sprung out. Just like, I guess that just like the etymology of a word education, actually. The word education, if I remember correctly, it means that to bring out. To bring out what? I would say that to bring out the real humanity. That is the Buddha. So, this is the one of the thing, I guess that every venerable here and every scholar here, we have to put it that if you are going to make a syllabus, the nature of syllabus need to be provocative, and it works as a map. Now, I think that we have heard the voice of our announcer this morning, Dr. Rangsan, we have heard Justin. So there is only new face here. We haven't heard the voices that just next to me, Dr. Mano, who is a medical doctor, but expert in Buddhism. And then what is his stand to support or to against with this idea of creating open ASEAN Buddhist curriculum?
Thank you very much. Venerable members of the Sangha, thank you very much for inviting me here. I would like to continue the discussion of Venerable Anil Shakya about education. One definition of education that I heard was from Mark Twain. He said, education is unlearning of everything that I know. So you have to keep learning, learn and learn. And another very good motto of education is Omnia Illuminatio Mea, which is the motto of Oxford University, where I graduated from. I studied Sanskrit there for 3 years. Everything enlightened me. So this is the kind of awareness which we should build up in the consciousness of the students. In my class, I have been teaching Buddhism and meditation for over 30 years. And I told my students that anyone who can defeat me in argument, I give them an A. Not to take final. I give you an A immediately. And I do that if you can defeat me in argument and show reason that you are reasonable and have knowledge strong enough. May not be with me, but against me. But if you have reason, so I support that. So in the way that I teach Buddhism is that usually I teach American students. So instead of teaching a class, I took them in a starship. I model after Star Trek movie, which is very famous in the United States. And here we are in the starship, and we name the starship, and we come to a planet which we don't know. It's class M with this kind of things, and we're going to send the away team. And then the away team will do research and come back and report to the class, and we have a debate. This is the technique I taught. And American students love it. They found it's a way to learn Buddhism. And I challenged them in the idea that they would like to know more. So it's a kind of an exploration to go to the place, the frontier that you had never been before. So education is in the way to open up a new frontier. Now, I would like to say that I'm at Thammasat University, International College of Medicine, which is a part of the plan of the university to accommodate the need of ASEAN. So all the program will be taught in English instead of Thai. So medical thinking, philosophy. And at Thammasat University is very progressive. Of course, many of you have known about the story of Thammasat. Has been center for progressive thinker. So the first year, students will learn about life and philosophy, and then integrated ethics and professionalism will increase year after year until the final year after 6 years. So we plan to educate them how to understand the feeling of patience. So students must have experience of being a patient. They have to be a fake patient, going to hospital, having experience of sitting in line, waiting in the queue, how long it take, how long did they suffer if they are homeless, and they come with a symptom, with report to the nurse and see how long and how they were treated, and write report and give back the information to us. You see, teaching doctor is a one important way, because medical students are very proud of themselves. So we have to teach students to know themselves and to know feelings of others. So this is the core of our syllabus. We have meeting yesterday at in what way we were going to teach new generation of our students to understand the feeling of the ill and the poor. The subject I taught here is not only medical ethics, but also palliative care, the care for the dying. And I think this is something that Buddhist culture is strong about. And in Theravada country, we are quite accept idea of death is a part of life, not like in American or European countries, when death is seen as the enemy of life. But we accept that death is a part of life. But to develop it into a full curriculum and have integrated participation of community, that is a challenge for us. So to have an ASEAN community working, we need to have integrated medicine that accept herbal medicine, traditional medicine, and also different choices of alternative medicine, as well as spirituality as medicine to help people. And I use meditation as a medicine to help patients. There are many patients who I take care of, and I teach meditation to them, especially cancer patients, who have, or patients who are in difficult time. So meditation is a way to solve the problems. And meditation that I taught is not as ascribed meditation in the context of the traditions that we always used to. I have no sitting. You may lie in bed. You may be standing. You may be sitting. Any position you like. No use of mantra. And then let's talk about your life and the good side of it. Tell me about your good memory. And it's bring up good reflections. And I suggest, have you thought about this? And tell me more about this happiness. So I create a foundation which is called Palliative Care Thailand Foundation. And we have a motto which says, life is beauty. Not life is suffering. Life is beauty. And it's based on the virtue that, on the saying of Buddha, that the consciousness, the nature of the mind is prabhasara. It's self-illuminous, it's beautiful. That is the nature of life. And I taught people to come to realize the beauty of life hidden inside of themselves. And I believe that Buddhism has a lot to contribute to the world of education, philosophy, economics, and how to sustain development. And I have a narrow work that I did. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have a challenge here now. I guess that we are not sick of hearing as we have a treating as a sick and a patient here. So I'm sure that we are not sick yet, and then if it get long, I guess that we will be. So there is one very important element Dr. Manu has raised is that we need something like integrated medicine. So we need the multivitamins with everything in it. So with the one pill, we can have everything what we want, our health. So we have to create some sort of syllabus which is work just like a multivitamin in the sense that it can heal, it can give us strength. I don't know what the multivitamin does. So we need to have that kind of syllabus. So we can incorporate a lot of things within that. Of course, with these new vitamins, it will cure the disease, or it will boost up our energy and so on. And especially as education, it will unlearn what we have learned, and it improvise more learning skill to unlearn again. So this is one of the tasks of syllabus, I guess. So we have heard at least now 3 theory of syllabus. Okay, we say that first we need to have a very wide, open wide for the Buddhism. We have a theory on something like we have to really work on to fit the people, and it has to be provocative. It is not kind of a mapping. And the recent theory by Dr. Mano is that we have to have this integrated medicine or integrated syllabus. So we have one expert here, I guess, that who has done some kind of a syllabus. We have created the syllabus from the Ministry of Education. So I guess that we have to rely on him that what we are talking here, is that are we talking in the right line, or are we talking something out of the context? Please, Dr. Rangsan.
Thank you ครับพระอาจารย์อนินทร์ศักยะ Before I forget, I represent Dr. Benjalak Namfar to share with you what we have done from the Ministry of Education, basically the Basic Education Commission that has been working with the basic education system in Thailand. In fact, I like to mention a couple names who actually contribute to this presentation. First, Dr. Banjert Porn, Su Sang Suk, and also Ajahn Amporn, Hutasit,นะครับ. They actually work in what we call Buddhist oriented school. That basically a project that we have been implementing in Thailand about a decade already, and participating school in that project is more than 14,000 schools throughout the country. So not to say that Buddhist practiced integrated in the school activity in Thailand, it just only a decade ago. But basically, when we look at the framework, whatever origin of education in Thailand, we have like golden triple gem, right? This also we have what we call family, community, and religious institution that basically is also embed other type of religious activity in Thailand as well. And also joining the team from Ministry of Education, Ajahn Chantra Tantipong, and also Dr. Chayaporn Katai Thong, who actually also the leading group in working on localization of ASEAN curriculum source book. So basically that two main activity that I'd like to bring forth and integrate our experience in discuss about the open ASEAN Buddhist syllabus, which I believe that ASEAN Buddhist syllabus if mainly situated in university level, and then again we need to look into what really practice at the school level. So and then what can cultivate and really be the experience that we can bring to the practical discussion about this one. By looking at that one, for Thailand education system, we also look into the existing curriculum of Thailand first. we have what we call 8 different learning area or learning subject area. Particularly, the religious is integrated in social, religious, morally, and ethnics. I would not go into detail, but actually the main strand in that one subject area has been recognized, and there is one also distributed and disseminated throughout all the schools, 35,000 schools in Thailand. So building on that practice, as we want to make sure, as I remember Professor Justin McDonald was talking, that the way of teaching and the way that you conduct a class is not just only from technical content, but we need to make sure that all those schools actually integrate into different area in school. It's not just only teaching in the classroom. Right now, we're talking about like flipped classroom, the things that we not really have teachers stand in front of the class teaching about this is the fourth noble truth, you need to remember this and this and this, so you need to go to the national tasting exam so you get score. But the thing is that for the community, if they practice all this one, they can excel and then they come to the tranquility of children. So that's why these 14,000 schools, they study and integrated into different area. If I can let you know a little more of this dimension of this integrated school, this one. So the Buddhist oriented school, we focusing on the physical part, we focusing on the teaching and learning, and also the behavioral of teacher and administrator, and also particularly for those students. And also for particular every 14 and 15 days we have like monastery day, so and then we practice even more, and also some other activity that promoting the Buddhist way of life. So that's basically it's 5 dimensions. And these 5 dimensions in those school, perhaps you see later on this magic number 5, it might be a magic number 5 that lead to the ASEAN curriculum activity. But one thing it's worth to mention about these 14,000 schools is that student project, it has been already there on the internet. They're promoting moral project. For instance, the public service area, they go into the hospital, they go into the community and doing a lot of community service and really bring into those Buddhist lessons into daily activity and the things that they can help the community. So now we come to the lesson learned of the ASEAN curriculum that my colleague from Basic Education Commission and myself, we involved with CMO and also ASEAN Secretariat. And this activity actually promoted and supported by USAID. Try to look for what would be a common core from ASEAN, not to impose the idea, but the thing is more a consultative things that they can work together with these 10 nations. The thing that we can see the emerging theme from this ASEAN curriculum thought book is that first thing is knowing about ASEAN, the second one is varying identity and diversity, and the third one is connecting global and local. The fourth one is promoting equity, justice, and the last one is that working together for sustainable future. So the thing is that right now it's become a kind of short resource book for these 10 nations to utilize from these 5 main themes. And they have been mentioned about 4 different paths in the curriculum. They need to talk about people, they need to talk about the ideals, learning materials, and also place. So that would be the thing that we are working on the curriculum ASEAN. So I would like to just leave this for a while so we can see that right now Thailand is not really like promoting the new thing without basing on our experience, but the thing is that really based on a lot of projects that's been implementing in the country, so we can see that eventually it will be very flexible and very encouraging and also embed in the teaching Buddhism.
Yes, thank you very much. I think that it's very interesting for, I guess, other countries to learn about that how Thailand is moving towards in education, especially based on Buddhism. As Dr. Rangsan says that there are 14,000 Rongrian Neo Put, is that the right word? Yeah, Rongrian Neo Put, which means that a school based on Buddhist method of Buddhism. So if they have a sort of a Buddhist-based school for 1,400 schools, this is something we have to really learn about it. And then if this is really producing a good result, I guess that we can share that sort of idea in other nations as well, in other Buddhist countries. So that is one good point here we have to learn from you. What does it really mean? And when you are saying that you are from the Basic Education Commissions, of course, that's your designations, but at the same time as a basic education, do you count the morality, ethics, which is based on our identity of Buddhism as one of the part of the curriculum or not? This is another point that we have to really learn from you. Maybe there's another new idea here you presented. It's a flipped classroom. I don't know how many here knows about that. Have you heard anything about a flipped classroom? It's a very new word actually. It is something about the new technique of teachings. It's become, I guess that sometimes you can say there is a lazy teacher classroom. You know, more or less because in our old traditions, the teacher have to work hard. Teacher have to produce the text, teacher have to produce everything, and then just student come and chew, the digest, whatever they can. But this flipped classroom is totally different because nowadays we have IT. Nowadays we have books upon books in front of our computer, in front of our palms. So the information we are teaching in the school and university is available everywhere. So therefore, instead of wasting our time in the classroom, just saying the same thing which you can find anywhere else, so let the student work out first. Let them read all the text. Let them have a question about that. And then come to the classroom. And then let that hit the teachers, hit the professor with a lot of these questions, a lot of this misunderstanding or a lot of things which he didn't get it or she didn't get it from those texts. So it will be more kind of a proactive classroom that instead of just guiding through as we used to do, but it is more kind of let the student find their own self. Then if he can't find, if he lost somewhere, then we just guide in a way that it's the right way. So that is a flipped classroom. And that will be another way of, I think, making syllabus here. After all, I guess that I have to go back to Justin here, says that what is his take on being a very, very, very experienced professor of Buddhism in America, and then what is your suggestion for us you might give, because you are not only expert in Buddhism in America, but you are expert in the very traditional Buddhist education in Laos, in Thailand. Has done a lot of books on that, written a lot of books on that. So in a way that you might have a mix of these two, Western and Eastern, modern and ancient. Justin, please.
Thank you very much. I learned everything I know from Dr. Neil Shakya. He's been my friend for a long time. And so thank you very much. I was been thinking a little bit about with all the presentations and all these good ideas and incorporating them in the classroom, and for syllabus for ASEAN, and I just think really wonderful ideas. I just wanted to add a few things that are very specific. I really find that my students like very specific details, whether they be objects or events, and I want to talk about just 5 things briefly. One is, if we're trying to create a curriculum that I think, as Dr. Shaw said, that would be be comprehensive yet flexible, is maybe divided into 5 sort of categories. One would be text, obviously the one thing that ties Buddhists all over Southeast Asia, and of course religions all over Southeast Asia and South Asia, if we could tempt the 10 plus 5 idea, which I like very much, our text. But I think so often we were very vague about that, and we just pick the texts that are shared. So we just look at
texts from the Tripitaka, and maybe some of the basic Jatakas, and that we say, okay, well then it's done. We only look at things that are shared and similar. And I think it's also very productive to look at things that are different. And also the way that a similar text is taught differently. So if we look at something like the Vesanta Jataka, the Weisandon, is that yes, Theravadan Buddhist and even Mahayana Buddhists, they all know this story, it's shared, but it's taught very differently in each place. The murals of it are very different, the manuscripts of it are very different, the performances, the dramatic performance of, the poetic tellings of it are very different in different contexts. And so it might be one text that is shared across many people, but the way that it's expressed individually in different contexts is very unique. And then there's certain texts that are so important to certain Buddhists in certain parts of ASEAN that are unknown in other places. For example, Siêng Mian, or in Laos, that this is one of the most important texts for teaching Buddhists in Laos. And it is virtually unknown in Sri Lanka, and unknown in Vietnam, and unknown in Burma. That how can a text that is so important in one place be unknown, and why? Why is that text particularly important to Lao, and what does it teach us about Lao Buddhism? Or Kunshan Kunpan, a very, very important poem about teaching Buddhism in Thailand that is really unknown in other parts of ASEAN. And so what are the texts that are shared, and then what are the texts that are not shared, and why? Second category would be material items. One thing that we can look at things that are shared are small objects, amulets. I mean, I think if we open up our chest, if you're from Thailand, you have these around your chest, right? I mean, most of us do. Is that this is something that is shared by many Buddhists in Thailand. It's also shared by Tibetan Buddhists, Burmese Buddhists, but in different ways. A Tibetan amulet looks nothing like a Thai amulet, and you have a ting in Indonesia or parts of Malaysia that are Islamic amulets that actually look similar to Buddhist amulets but are used in very different ways. So how can we look at something like an object or a Buddha image? Every Buddhist country has Buddha images, but if you look at a Buddha image in 12th century Sri Lanka and you look at one in 19th century Cambodia, they're incredibly different images. So what is it shared in very specific ways, but what's different in very specific ways? A third technique is dates. I often teach courses, or we'll have a whole lecture that's on one single date. I'll give you an example, 1836. So we'll look at what was going on in Southeast Asia and South Asia in 1836. So we can take a snapshot. In 1836 in Jangwat Phra in northern Thailand, it was a highly productive time for learning, 1836. 1836 in Java, 1836 in Kandy, 1836 in Siem Reap. These are, if you look at just 1 year in different places, you can see that there are things that were shared colonial experience in many places, shared technological experience in terms of the rise of printing, but also things that were very different. In some places you had the rise of French, rise of the British, rise of the Dutch, and how are those different experiences in just 1 year. The fourth thing would be individuals. I often teach through profiles. Instead of looking at Buddhists in general, or Theravada Buddhist or Mahayana Buddhist in general, look at individual Buddhists. How does a particular Buddhist living in 1926 in Colombo, and what was this one particular monk doing? How is that different from a nun living in 1972 in Thailand? And how are those two individuals, if you look at a profile, how do they express Buddhism in very different ways, but also in shared ways? When I look at profiles, and other people write in this, often look at people that are go-betweens. Dr. Neil Shakya, Ajahn Dhammasami are perfect examples. A Nepali monk who didn't train in the kind of more standard Tibetan lineages of Nepal, moves to Thailand as a young man, but then moves to England and studies in England, then is organizing conference from people all over the world. He serves as a go-between, a bridge between different cultures, a bridge between different peoples. Ajahn Dhammasami, who's a Shan monk, who's worked in central Burma, worked in Thailand, worked in England, has worked with me in the United States, and that how are these people or bridges or go-betweens? Dr. Shaw works with a man named Toshio Unabe, who is a monk, a Japanese Buddhist monk in Nagoya, but all of his work is on Pali manuscripts and art in Thailand. And so how are these certain people bridging cultures? Finally is responses. South and Southeast Asia have shared events. For example, the 2004 tsunami or the 1997 economic crisis. How have different Buddhists across responded to these massive crises in different ways? Or we're having a tropical storm hitting Bangladesh right now. How are Thai Buddhists responding to that tropical storm? How are Sri Lankan Buddhists responding to that? And so instead of just saying, this is what Sri Lankan Buddhists do, this is what Lao Buddhists do, this is what Burmese Buddhists do, and keep it very vague and broad, say, well, let's look at an event that touches the life and touches the heart of every person in Southeast Asia. The tsunami was something that touched everyone, no matter if you were actually being hit by it in Sri Lanka or Thailand or Aceh, but also if you were just part of this country and had to respond. How do different Buddhists, how do they respond? Through writing, through art, through volunteer work. And if we look at kind of the most general things in very specific ways, I think then a syllabus allows us to be flexible, like Dr. Shaw says, and, but also be broad at the same time. Thanks.
2 words. 2 keywords, share and learn. I think that's Justin's idea of syllabus. In a way that if you are going to create syllabus, it's a textbook is always everywhere. And the textbooks which is lying around us can be learned with a certain technique and certain way of learning that everything can be a textbook. So this is something which have to incorporate in making syllabus that it is close to us. It is not something that we make a syllabus these days. I guess that, I don't know, I'm not so sure when I said it sometime. For example, when I was studying bachelor and a master's, one of the part I have to study is I hate mathematics, and then I have to study statistics because that's a part of the training I have to learn in order to write my thesis. And then I spent a whole sort of whole year studying it with all this numbering. And then, yeah, I passed through, I was able to use it. But just after that, all that effort of years after years, all went waste. No. So this is what education's sometimes. So I guess that we have to come, and then maybe we have some comments and some points Venerable Dhammasami has taken so far from this discussions here from the 5 scholars, which you would like to add on, and then maybe we can go on the second round to be more specific, maybe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajahn. What we have heard so far fall into 2. What should be there and how, it should be taught or should be learned. Meaning, what's the content and how that content should be imparted. But I feel that mainly, the panelists have taught on the theory and ideas of how rather than what. And I would like to hear a little bit more on the theme of what. For example, here, Professor Wankrunadasa has got 2 examples of his syllabuses. One which is being used at Hong Kong University, the other at Kenya University Postgraduate Institute of Pali and Buddhist Studies. And he emphasizes something like early Buddhism, Buddhist ethics, social ethics, the study of texts like this. This is the content, of course, we have already spoken about how to learn them, not imposing them, that sort of thing. We have also listened to the lecture of Professor Justin McDaniel. So Professor Wankrunadasa, Professor, would you like to say a bit more about what Venerable Dr. Sukando is saying about the core, the possible core Buddhist curriculum for the open ASEAN community. Some kind of area, yes. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Yes, Venerable Dr. Dhammaswami asked me to identify the core areas. In order to make the background clear, I will come to that later. In my earlier observations, I emphasized on the areas that I identified the areas that we should study. I said that we have to concentrate on Theravada without completely distancing ourselves from Mahayana and Vajrayana. That's one. Then the next question is, how are we going to learn, teach at our centers of learning? First is what? Second is how. Now, as we all know, any religion can be studied in two ways. One is the traditional way, the age-old traditional method of learning a religion. Now, according to the age-old traditional method, I learned Buddhism just to become a better Buddhist. But now, in the turn of the 18th century, a new way of approach arose. That is called the academic approach to studies. Academic approach to Buddhist studies. It started at the turn of the 19th century with the discovery of all the great, the scriptures belonging to the three great traditions of Asia, Vajrayana, Mahayana and Theravada. Until such time, these three traditions developed more or less independently, separately. But at the turn of the 19th century, particularly the European scholars and Indian scholars were able to discover all these sources together. That opened the door for academic studies in Buddhism, because now they have adopted the historical method, the comparative method, and the critical method. That is the academic approach to religion. So, in my opinion, in all our Buddhist universities, we must follow the academic approach, not the traditional method. Certainly not. Because Buddhism is not a dogmatic religion. The Buddha himself asks us to, this is ehipassika dhamma, come and observe. Come and observe, not come and accept. So, in that case, we have to have a critical attitude. That is not, a critical attitude is very salutary, more than detrimental to our understanding what the Buddha told. That is my concern. And during my long experience as a university teacher, I observed, I know it definitely that this is very much more effective even to convert non-Buddhist to Buddhism. Yeah, effective. The academic approach is more effective. And some European scholars have discovered that academic books have a better impact in spreading Buddhism, disseminating Buddhism, than books written for the sole purpose of converting non-Buddhist to Buddhist. That's why. In other words, our approach is not to justify but to clarify. We don't justify any Buddhist teachings. Now, rebirth. I am not going, as a university teacher, I am not going to justify it. That's not correct. I will clarify. Then the audience can understand. Justification is, that's called apologetics. Apologetics. You justify all your teaching. We must keep aloof from apologetics, justifying our own religions. Then, with that clarification, I want to follow what Venerable Dr. Dhammaswami told me to identify the core areas. Before that also, I must say something about this. Now, I want to make this, in the whole of Buddhist Pali Buddhist literature, actually, you may not agree with me, there are two Buddhisms. In the whole of Pali Buddhist literature, there are two kinds of Buddhism. One is early Buddhism, other is Theravada Buddhism. How do we distinguish? When we bypass the Abhidhamma and go straight to the Nikayas, we are at early Buddhism. But when we interpret what is in the Nikayas in the light of the Abhidhamma, then we are Theravadins. I think we have to separate this. Because in my opinion, the beauty and the rationality of early Buddhism, don't misunderstand me, in later Buddhism. Because what the historical Buddha taught is very attractive. Actually, that is what attracted even the Westerners. Even the Westerners. Even like great, even these Americans like William James, Bertrand Russell. Bertrand Russell says, I don't like any religion, but if I am forced to accept religion, I will become a Buddhist. So early Buddhist teaching had such a tremendous impact on the, even so for now, all that. Then, so within the, what I want to say, within the Pali Buddhist literature, we find two kinds of Buddhism. We must identify early Buddhism, separate early Buddhism, Theravada Buddhism, and concentrate more on early Buddhism because that has a better impact. Better impact. Because in the commentaries, don't misunderstand me, I have the freedom to say that I cannot agree with certain parts of the commentaries. If I say, then I am cheating myself. The commentators themselves say, if there's a tension between what we say and what the Buddha says, accept what the Buddha says. The commentary says, if there's a tension between the text and the commentary, go by the text. So we have the full liberty. We have the full liberty. So this is where a critical approach is necessary. Just because something is in the commentaries, we don't have to accept that. I am not suggesting that we have to reject the commentaries, but we have to critically go through the commentaries. Then, yes, now I come to identify a very important aspect where Venerable Dr. Dhammasami referred to this. Identify. I think we have to identify two main. One is early Buddhist teachings must be identified. They must be. I will give you one example. Now, whenever Walpola Rahula wrote a book on what the Buddha taught, it has been translated into about 30 languages. It is the most important book so far written. Because that book does not go to the commentaries. No reference to commentaries, no reference to Abhidhamma. It is based purely on Sutta Pitaka. That shows that you can understand what the Buddha taught as found in the Sutta Pitaka without referring to the Abhidhamma or the commentary. So, even if someone comes from Mars, from another planet, and asks me to give me a book on early Buddhism, what is the best book? I will have to recommend Walpola Rahula's book. Because that is the best book. It comes summarizing all what the Buddha taught in a beautiful way, yes. Then, there's another important aspect we have to concentrate on. That is, Buddha's teachings relating to society, the social dimensions of Buddhism. This is important. Whenever we are reminded of Buddhism, we say the Four Noble Truths, the Three Signata, all that. But that is only, I think, 50%. 50% of the Buddha's teachings relate to how we lead a good life in society as laymen. The Buddha calls us Gihi Kama Bhogino. We are laymen who enjoy sensual pleasures. Buddha never asks us, give up the sensual pleasures. He never. Only thing he says is, while enjoying sensual pleasures, lead a righteous life. Right livelihood. That's the most important thing. Right livelihood. In the Vyaggapaja Sutta, you must, that when the Vyaggapaja asked the Buddha, we decorate ourselves with sandalwood and all that, cosmetics, tell us something, how to lead a good life. Then the Buddha never said, give up all these things. He said, how to earn money well, how to lead a balanced life, like that. Oh, then another thing I want to aspect is, this is a very important aspect. Buddhism is the most pluralistic religion in the world. Everywhere you find Buddhist culture. Now the Buddhist culture in China is different from that of Sri Lanka, both different from that of Burma. So there's cultural pluralism. The Buddhism never level down cultural diversity and create a monoculture. You find doctrinal pluralism. Now you see now. What the Buddha taught gave rise to three Buddhist traditions. Then there are, in other religions you find only one book. In Buddhism you find 4 Buddhist canons. The Pali Buddhist canon, the Chinese Buddhist canon, the Tibetan Buddhist canon, the Mongolian Buddhist canon. They are not translations of one book, of the same book. There are common, but there are 4 different research, but that does not mean that they deviated from what the Buddha taught. That means what the Buddha taught can be stated in different ways. What is true can be stated in different ways. This is the Buddha himself says, this is one of his famous sutras. He says, Bahuvedaniya Sutta Buddha says, what is true can be restated in many ways. Pariyaya Desana. So all these Buddhist, different schools of Buddhism are different ways of presenting the Dhamma. They all go to the same goal. There's a Chinese Buddhist saying,
1 minute.
Dhamma is like a finger pointing to the moon. If you concentrate on the finger, you don't see the moon. But without looking at the moon, nor can you see the moon. So that is the position of Dhamma in relation to realizing actuality. So Buddhist pluralism is the only answer to religious fundamentalism which is sweeping the world today. That's a very important issue. Religious fundamentalism is sweeping in Europe, in all over the world, religious fundamentalism. So Buddhist pluralism means opposite of fundamentalism. That is why we have to identify Buddhist fundamentalism and give them to the people at large, so that we can at least make some contribution to stop this rising tide of religious fundamentalism. Okay, thank you very much.
I could hear 2 words, I guess. The easiest word here is the Buddha Sasana and Buddha Sastra. Buddha Sasana, in a way that what we have been in terms of religion or religious idea, and then as the Professor Goranda says that we have to be a Buddha Sastra as a knowledge, as something which can really use in our daily life. Well, there's a lot to take on that. That now, I really want something that how we are going to, as the Venerable Dhammasami says, that what, isn't it? Yeah. So we need a question of what answer. Yes, so Sarah, please.
Thank you. I have had 1 or 2 ideas about the whats, which I was asked to speak for 3 to 4 minutes. So I think it's a very good discipline. So I would suggest that one what would be that everybody gives a group presentation in a class for 3 to 4 minutes on something, because it really makes you think. And I often do this. I do teach for an American university. I've done it for 15 years. It used to be a women's college. So they all had to do this subject they thought was really boring, called Women in Asian Religions. Women in Asian Religions. So I always used to get one session where I'd get somebody to come in. Either there'd be nuns in Oxford who'd come to chat to them, or I'd get a Bharatanatyam dancer in, or a Thai dancer, and they all tried it out. So I would suggest that seeing some example of the culture is a very important aspect, and that people are questioned afterwards, how does that embody theory? I had one very good student this year, a girl who wrote about generosity, and she actually took the ritual of dana and explained Buddhist principle out of the one ritual. So close observation is very good. And I had another student, it now takes boys, the college, and he looked at monks' robes. And this was also very good because he saw how it embodied principle. So I would suggest that as a how. Anyway, I've gone over my 3 minutes. Yes.
Yes, I guess that talking about the robe, here we have so many different colors of robes, and that event is a part of our way of exploring a new knowledge of it. Is there anyone want to raise some particular question more than that I'm pointing out? Maybe, yes, if you have something, please.
Yes. I think the important question on the what should be in syllabus, we need to also look on how the evolving of the current syllabus would be in the present time, because lesson learned from the Ministry of Education perhaps other curriculum. I'm speaking particularly for basic education level, because it has been moving from the content-based education to the standard-based education. So at least try to identify would be the...
Excuse me, can you explore a bit of that?
Oh,
Content-based I can understand, but standard-based?
Yeah, I'm about to...
What is that, standard-based?
Yeah, standard-based curriculum, basically those scholars or people who are involved in curriculum developing would try to identify a concept framework or a bigger strand. So when teacher or professor at the university, for particularly for teacher at the school level, when they look at this, they can look for the relevant piece of information, relevant piece of content, and they can put it there. This one I'm speaking, for instance, those 35,000 schools, when they are teaching about moral principle of Buddhism, it need to be concurrent, it needs to be relevant. So it doesn't have to be the same Fourth Noble Truth taught at the same week at the same time. You know what I mean? Because the real incident happened here and there. But eventually, it will come to the same group of mindset. For instance, if we say, okay, we would like to address knowledge, understanding of history, the importance of master and moral principle of Buddhism, and also having the right faith, adherent to and observant of the moral principle for peaceful and coexistence. So that would facilitate, and I think would echo your voice that it would be flexible enough to allow teacher to design instructional activity and embed in the classroom.
Can you just give us your expertise, I guess, that can you just give us a very brief pictures of what you do as a basic education commission, and then I have heard you mention about the you have been translating or you have been creating what you call this ASEAN source book curriculum, or what is that? ASEAN
curriculum source book.
Or ASEAN curriculum source book.
Yes.
Can you put it as a layman words for us? What does it mean, and how you do that?
Yeah. If I'm not saying this is the source book, you can say this is the overall guideline and framework that you can come to a common theme. The common theme, it would come back to how to get to the common theme, because it would be very difficult for distinguished scholars who have known a lot of ASEAN and put in this would be specific content, right? It has to be a lot of consultation, a lot of ideas emerging from the people who are in the field or people who have been practicing this teaching or lesson learned. That's why I was saying that if we really dedicated and commit to work on the ASEAN Plus 5 Buddhist open curriculum, I would suggest that this would be a good stepping stone to kind of draft the idea. Okay, we would talk about the knowledge about Buddhist. We would talk about the moral principle. We would talk about in terms of comparative education, bringing different culture on the table. That is a part of like connecting local and global together. And eventually we can go to the peaceful and coexistence. So, and then we still, take this as a first draft and then go to, because we have like 25 universities, and then we need to ask your participation. And before I forget, I need to mention this also. When I was talking about 14,000 schools in Thailand, the major significant contribution come from Sangkla. The monk who dedicated, they visit school, they teaching and they facilitating students in Thai school. I'm not talking only like Thai teacher. I'm talking also monks in Thailand who have been devoting their time, to encourage. Once when I was at UNICEF, I invite the monk from Bhutan. They came visit, and they very impressed by dedication and commitment from the monk of Thailand. So that's why eventually those 5 themes would come from not only teachers but also from those experienced monks in schools and also parent and community. Yes.
Okay, I guess that what we have to do based on Dr. Rangsan is that we have to really pinpoint what sort of area we are going to have this common ground, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then we will base upon that. I think Venerable Dhammasami has something to say, don't you?
I'd like to start from there and actually proceed from there. We are talking about, finding some common ground, like the Rangsan had just said, but that we can use as a guideline, as a framework where we can come and work something out of it. Earlier, Dr. Justin McDaniel has also identified something like a shared text and a shared object. He mentioned amulet like that. But if we look at the example what he has given, shared text, this is a partly textual study, partly anthropological study, like this. Now, if we talk about this, I've been to this kind of conferences a few times, and one question that always comes up is that that question, I wouldn't say tension. If you say tension, it's a creative tension, if you like. That creative tension is between the two schools of thought who design the syllabus. One focuses purely on textual study. Okay, you have to study as many texts as possible in the Tripitaka. And without mastering text, okay, you don't learn anything. But the other school is, okay, you bring in some modern discipline like anthropology, like sociology, to look at these texts. And Dr. Justin McDaniel himself, okay, has done a PhD, working which cover both aspects. So I wonder if you can comment on this creative tension.
Thank you. That's a good way of putting it, a creative tension. I think that a text is never just the semantic content of a text. We all come in contact with text in different ways. That I think oftentimes when we teach Buddhism, we teach the content of the text as if that content is disconnected from culture and material. And so I tend to, and certainly many others do, focus on textual anthropology or anthrophilology. And this is the idea that when we study a text, we study all aspects of it. So let's take the Dhammapada, for example. The Dhammapada can be taught just as the verses, but of course, no one ever just studies the verses. You study the commentary with it, and you study the stories with it. Now, the text comes in manuscript form, and so that those manuscripts are different material in different places. Sometimes they're illuminated, with paintings. Sometimes they're just palm leaf. Sometimes they're printed text. And if we go through the different forms of those texts, we can see different communities treat the text in a very different way. For example, in Yunnan province, you have Buddhists in Yunnan who, when they teach stories from the Dhammapada, they don't teach the text at all. They teach it entirely through woven pictures. And so there actually isn't a manuscript copy of the Dhammapada anywhere in Yunnan. But there's many, many woven pictures of it, and so that's the way it's taught. So a textual approach to the Dhammapada in Yunnan is going to be extremely different from a textual approach, say, in Oxford. But both of those count. I think they're both worthy ways of approaching the text, but we have to respect the different ways people approach text. But then also, a text can be ground up and put into an amulet. A text can be ground up and eaten at a funeral. It can be put in the mouth of a corpse. A text can be put in the back of a statue. If you look at Bodhisattva statues in China, the manuscripts are in the back of the statue. Is that those texts are never read, but it's still an aspect of textual studies. And so to see what happens with a text in different communities and see how a text is performed, because a dance performance, say, of the menorah is very different from the text of the Sudana Jataka. But they're both kind of coming from the same text, but the performance is very different. And I think it would be ludicrous to say to a student in
England that you study Shakespeare just by the content of Shakespeare. No, you study how it's been performed, you study film versions of it, you study alternate versions of it, you study translations of it, you study the politics of it, that the text is never simply just what it says. And so if we're going to teach text, I think we need to take into account all the possibilities and the diversity of text and how they're performed and the material culture of them.
So we have two sort of polar here, text and texture, or from text to texture, I guess, isn't it? We have a text which is very dry and which is very sort of ingredients, and then out of that text we make textures as we like it. So from text to texture, there's a two polarism, two polar, to try to make it something which is a one polar or the middle path. I guess that this is a good example for a medical doctor to explore on that point, I guess.
Well, text always changes. But at Harvard, I remember, if you may correct me if I'm wrong, there are 3 programs. One is about textual studies. You study in depth the text of your religion, mainly Christianity, that you have to know Latin, Greek, Hebrew, and probably Coptic to understand the most ancient community of Christians. This is one program, focused in depth. The second program is on religion and society. When you study about how you promote different parts of the text, the virtue, the morality, this is how you apply religion. And the third is other religion, alternative form of religions. So there are 3 programs that they're taught at Harvard, and I think they're quite good. So you need to have not only knowledge of your text, if you are religious persons, you have to know at least 2 programs to graduate a master's degree. So you need to know at least another religion. So, I mean, if you know only your own religion, if you are Theravada Buddhist and you know only just Theravada Buddhism, this is the absolute truth, no, the text is true, I think you don't know your own religion. You need to understand religion of other faiths as well. And by doing so, you understand the nature of people, that we share much in common than the differences. So 3 programs. One is on program 1 on textual study, program 2 on religion and society, and program 3 comparative religion. So these are essential part. If you're going to teach religion as a master degree program, we need to broaden the horizons. And at Harvard, I was very impressed because the way they taught is that you need to understand other religion not through your own religion, but from their own perspective. So as Buddhists, I have to learn to understand Christianity by reading the Bible and understand how Christians are thinking. So this is what we do, and I think it was a very successful program there. So that is basically different dimension of textual studies, and we need to learn from the West how they organize, how they set the program and to serve society and to strengthen their faith. If ASEAN community is going to be opened up, well, there are 2 principles of ASEAN community that why they are formed. The first principle is the principle of fear. We are afraid. We are afraid of other country. We are afraid of invasion. We are afraid of being victims of trade and also political influence. And the second principle is the principle of greed. We want more. So this is not good principle at all. It was the same as when European Union was formed 40 years ago too. So principle of greed and fear. We have to overcome this. Buddhism has responsibility. So we have to open up the mind of the people to see that we are more common. We are not different. Thai and Burmese, we have long bitter history in the past. We believe that the Burmese destroy our ancient city, capital, Ayutthaya. And Laotians believe that Thai invade us and stolen the Emerald Buddha from us. And Cambodian had bitter history with Thailand also. But these are things that in the past, but how we make Buddhism to create peace in this region, to change from the principle of fear and principle of greed to principle of sharing, forgiving, and understanding, and also love. Without this, ASEAN couldn't be sustainable. Thank you.
Well, fear and gear. So I will say that fear and greed. So I will say that let's put our brain power to the gear then. So I guess that this is a question and answers that you have been listening to these 5 scholars here, very distinguished scholars, have different opinions, want to sharing with us in the different points. I guess that another hour is now we will broaden the discussions not only within this table on this stage, as Justin says that it's something like sometimes we are higher than all the audience here. So make it all equal, in a sense that I guess that it is the turn of the to let the floor here, the audience here, have your opinion. What is all about creating open ASEAN Buddhist syllabus. Okay, there is 2 choices. One choice is that on your right hand side, which is a very nice trendy stand there, so you can be a good speaker, come here. Or if you want to hide yourself and just show your sound, there'll be the microphone here, which is going around, so you can do the 2 choices. Thank you. So as our custom of asking the questions, there's a mic back also. Please identify yourself and then your affiliation, your institutions, and then most important thing is that please shorten your questions or your comments so that we can share more ideas.
First here.
Okay, because this is the Buddhist University sort of conference, so we give first choice to the venerable monks. Sorry.
Respected monks and distinguished guests, I would like to express my opinion concerning this format in the syllabus.
Whenever this is Venerable Professor Indasara, Vice Chancellor of Buddhism Pali University of Sri Lanka and also Executive Council member of the ATBU.
Thank you. I think we are going to make a syllabus ASEAN Buddhist countries. Myanmar, Thailand, Laos, Cambodia and Sri Lanka. These Buddhist countries, people are Buddhist by birth. Therefore, they know something about the Buddhism. When we formulate the syllabus, we have to think what kind of a level, what kind of a stand we are going to make this syllabus. In our countries, already we have syllabuses in certificate level, diploma level, and BA level, and MA level. So when we are going to make common syllabus for ASEAN countries, we have to think in what level we are going to do this one, whether it is undergraduate level or diploma level. If we are going to make it in the undergraduate level, we have to think whether it is possible to implement our countries, respective countries. In Sri Lanka, those syllabuses in the certificate level and diploma level and undergraduate level, already those syllabuses have been made or formulated by professors like our Professor Dr. Y. Karunadasa, and it has been approved by the respective Senate and councils.
The most venerable sir, kindly make your comment and question brief. Thank you.
Yeah, therefore we have to think about this one. Thank you very much for
Thank you, sir, for your question. I'd like to pass to Professor Y. Karunadasa, who knows both about Sri Lanka and also other countries, to respond to your comment.
Venerable sir, your question is very relevant and pertinent, but I think the idea behind this is not that we are making one syllabus common to all the countries, no. Burma has different syllabus, Sri Lanka has different syllabus, but the core areas we identify. That does not mean that we make one syllabus for the whole of ASEAN countries. That will be very monotonous, repetitive, not very academically sound, not creative. I wonder whether I have satisfied your question. Thank you.
Yes, please. Generally, as Professor Karunadasa just described that, we are not going to change someone's syllabus you already well developed. But the idea here, the most problem is that you have a very good syllabus, but I don't have it. Are you willing to share that good syllabus with me or not? So that is the whole idea of the Justin says that the sharing. Because sure, Sri Lanka has developed for long generations, and then from the Sri Lankan standard you have in this very good syllabus. But in Laos, I am just starting. Yunnan, I am just starting. And then I need some support. So where I head to? So I have to come to you. But what I need is that, are you willing to share some goodness of that syllabus and then let us give some, let you give some of those things for us, for unfortunate country, for who is still developing. And then this is the whole idea of the syllabus. You have a good syllabus, but out of good syllabus, try to make it what we call is core, which is accepted by all these universities. So in a way that at the moment, you are accredited by the state accredited, but you are accepting the Sri Lankan. So are you going to accept my Mahamukut Buddhist University at the same level or not? Although we are teaching the same subject, but we know that we are not going to be ready to accept standard of those. So how do we compromise that to make it one community, to make it one subject? And that is our task to deal with that. We are not going to change anything, but we are going to adjust to make it able to talk each other. So in a way that we can exchange our students later on, we can exchange our professor later on, which is to make it more, more flexible in terms of sharing our knowledge to be, for the good of humanity. Yes, please.
Yes, I'm Shibarna Bajasare from Nepal. I'm teaching in Theravada Buddhist Academy in Nepal. The research methodology, which is completely different from the Buddhist studies, because I'm the professor of management in the Tribhuvan University since last 37 years, teaching research and other subjects. But this year I jumped to the Buddhist University to teach the research. Since my topic is research, my weakness is I don't accept anything easily. All the time I'll have to question. I just ask for the justification, and I just want to know more and more. Therefore, my question might be quite foolish question. If it is so, please pardon me. For that. It's not my question actually, just my, confusion, my curiosity. See, whatever we are discussing today, the whole day, all the scholars I'm listening to, yeah, definitely, in all the countries we are teaching the Buddhism, the Buddha's teaching, I don't think there is any different teaching. We are, the different Buddhist teaching we are teaching to the students. We are taking the same Buddha's teaching in all the countries to teach our students. There is no difference. I think so. I may be wrong. And we are looking for the common, courses. Therefore, it just came in my mind. Why didn't we drive to have some new philosophy? Because the condition is completely changed. We are not challenging the teaching of Buddha. It is permanent. It is unchangeable. But
can you go to the point?
Yeah, I will come to the point. My thinking is, the socio-economic condition is completely changed now. The situation is changed. Therefore, we may need the addition in the Buddhist philosophy. If Buddha is survived for more than 80 years, definitely he would have developed more theories, more of teaching. If he is survived for 100 years, his teaching will be extended to lot more. Therefore, why don't we think from the perspective that what additional thing we should add on to address the new problem of this world, because we have a lot of problem.
I think we got your question.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you very much.
Let's get some of the questions first, and then we might combine some of the questions together. I guess that we have one question here with gentleman from Nepal. I think that of course the world is changing, and then we have to update it. We have to cope with the changing world. So in a sense that even the Buddhist teachings, we need a way to really tackle the changing world. How do we do that? That's a good question. Yes, please identify yourself first. And then please try to be to the point, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Sadhana Ratana. I am from Bangladesh. I am a PhD candidate of Mahasura Longaraja Vidyalaya University. So, and also I am also serving as a guest lecturer for 4 years. So it's very nice to share about these conferences, about making a syllabus. What I understand that. Yes, I have also thought about the same thoughts as Vice Chancellor of Falun Buddhist Universities about the level of syllabus, because we are talking of more very intellectual and like a cognitive side. So, for example, when you talk about the school. So school level syllabus cannot be similar to the, for example, college and universities. So this must be clearly clarified, because this is a creative, I think, syllabus, not just borrowing from other countries. So this is my opinion is we must clearly clarify that which context should go to, for example, school, college, and universities. So, for example, in school,
I think we got your point.
Right. Yeah. And another point, Professor Justin, that I remember that he talked about for example, when we teach, like the same year. For example, I also realized that when I teach in school, in university, so students cannot understand that when they are going to study, for example, Borobudur in 8th century AD. So then I emphasize that you should not only study about the 8th century AD, about Borobudur history, but you have to look about all, for example, in India, for example, in Sri Lanka, what happened. So then you collect the information, and then you can see very clearly what happened. For example, I refer that.
We are doing that. Actually, we will distribute a CD containing many syllabuses. So don't worry about that. Yes. Yeah.
So thank you, but this is just thank you very much.
Yes, I guess that that is upon us because one who is going to work on. That's a good idea that which we are going to work on the diploma, we are going to work on what sort of level. I guess that as we are mostly here talking about the colleges and universities, it depends on our need actually. I guess that our need, as we are relevant, our affiliations is a university, maybe we might go for the what you call is in Thailand they call a subject called 101, which means that the first year introductions courses for the first, second year, something like that for the undergraduates. Maybe that will be a more common for us to work on together. Yes, Dion, please.
Hi, I'm Dr. Dion Peoples, manager of the IABU and lecturer at MCU. My question is, or my perspective or question is, it seems like the majority of these countries in ASEAN plus 5 are primarily non-Buddhist nations. And so if these nations are primarily non-Buddhist, I would think that somehow when us as Buddhists construct this Buddhist syllabus, we should also have these other guiding ideologies in our consciousness while we discuss these topics.
Excuse me, I couldn't follow. The majority are Buddhist or non-Buddhist? What is it?
Non-Buddhist.
Non-Buddhist. In terms of country, are you sure? The majority of the ASEAN...
We can go flag by flag. We can go flag by flag. Majority of these are not even Buddhist nations. Primarily, they're, some are communist, some are Christian, some are Muslims. So, sure, they have a large percentage of Buddhists, but I mean, they're primarily not a Buddhist nation. So somehow when things are being discussed, these other ideologies might be considered. And so when we word some concept, we can bring in these other ideas, and that way it can translate into their way of thinking. So it's just my idea.
So it's not a question, just observation.
Well, it's a question.
Thank you.
It needs to be considered. Like how are you going to consider that?
Well, I consider as observation and comment.
Yes,
yeah.
Venerable
Thank
over
you.
there. Yes, Venerable here, and then you can go over there. Yes, Professor Saki can go there. Yes, yes.
Yes, my name is Samar from Cambodia. Thank you very much for giving me opportunities to ask questions. And first of all, I'd like to pay respect to most venerables and also to all the scholars. Our purpose to develop the curriculum is we would like to produce a good people or lay people to live with peace and happiness and prosperity within our societies. This is the main purpose. But I used to ask one question during our meeting in Kongens branch on 2nd and 5th. We are Buddhist country that Lord Buddha taught us to live with peace and happiness. But at that time, my question, why? What's wrong with our course syllabus or with our syllabus that we cannot teach our people to live with peace and happiness, and we have many problems with our regions. And at the same time, like the Professor Karuna, I forgot, not clear his name, and Justin, present about the way how to teach to the American or the Westerners, and also with Dr. Mano as well, about the real practice, about the real engagement led to the teaching of Lord Buddha. Yes, it is very important, but the problem is that if we try to develop the curriculum, it's a very good curriculum. Of course, it really needed, but the problem is the people who teach is not have a good curriculum. Curriculum of morality, curriculum of personality, the moral conduct, or anything like this, even the not really qualified enough. Many students want to engage with the teacher, but the teacher is not able to explain the real meaning of the course. So my question is, if we want to develop an only curriculum, but we not really develop the curriculum of the professor or the lecturer, but whether it's possible to produce a good followers or to teach the people to live with peace and happiness, prosperity in our society. Thank you very much.
Yes. Yes, we have for the just reminding for the panelists here to answer. I guess that we have so far the question on modernity. How do we going to change, and then how we're going to deal with the Buddhist courses in a non-Buddhist environment, and then of course the whole idea about the how we are going to create that syllabus which can really address the main problem of this modern problem of peace and harmony. Yeah, that is for us to really think, and then we can maybe give her in one answer. Dr. Saki, please. Yes, you can come later. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Kesab Mansake from Nepal. Actually, my interest is the application of Buddhism in the modern knowledge and various social practices. Well, after listening to the panel discussions and also a doubt that I had for a long time, actually not related to a particular panelist, my question is about, it's about the monastic education that has been, passed on for thousands of years. And now we are entering into a university education, or say academic Buddhism and monastic Buddhism. Are we just giving focus on the modern education system in the Asian context? And then I saw, in Nepal, when we are just starting like Theravada Buddhist Academy, where the monks as well as the laymen are in the master's class. And then I remember just recently, I became an external examiner for a master's thesis of a monk whom I knew very well. And it was kind of a final examination. And since I am also a goer to a monastery, so it was not a very comfortable position. So my worry is that if it is like a Western type of intellectual Buddhism, or you are trying to set off a Buddhist academy so that you can be a very good successful in the socio-economic external world, then my worry is will it have a positive impact on the monastic education, the traditional, where the monks are more responsible, serious, and it's kind of a dedication of their whole life. And then suddenly you have a bright lay student who even is a better student in the master's course in the university rather than the monk. And I saw they were like friends, because if you see a monk, whether it is senior, junior, it doesn't matter. You just bow and then automatic respect comes. But I saw the students in the master's class where the monks really didn't have that kind of respect, because so is it going to make a lot of, it's kind of a big change. It can happen if you just take into an ASEAN scale, then we may be losing all these that we have we have developed as a norm of the society, culture, institutions, and the way Buddhist learning through monastic systems. Of course, we are trying to put education value, which is modernizing this Buddhist education, of course, like masters, bachelors, PhDs, which has some kind of a socio-economic value. Thank you. I don't know who should take my question to answer.
Okay, there is a question which is about the very contrast between the modernity versus monastic, or the development versus depletions. So where we are heading to? Yes, from Yunnan, Nasan. Yes.
My name is Karan Sam from Yunnan Buddhist College, Kunming, China. Most of the offers tell us Buddhism in Yunnan Buddhist College, and we'll try to compose the Theravada text. But now I worry about the language and scripts of the textbook, Theravada textbook, because in in Yunnan Theravada Buddhism, now we use two kinds of the scripts. One is the Lana's scripts. The other is the leak of the Dodics in Dehong prefectures. And now the problem is that fewer young could read Thai scripts and leak scripts. And so I worry about how in the future we could use what kind of scripts we should use writing text. Mandarin or Thai or Thai, we're anxious about that. Or Latin or English. Or I think about this for a long time, but I'm not sure how to deal with the problem. And now we are applying to establish China Theravada Buddhist University. Very big. We want to build a big university. But this problem, I don't know, is very important how to deal with the problem. So I present a question to all of you. I hope
yes.
you can.
Yes, very challenging indeed. Very challenging indeed. Because in the Yunnan, just to give you a little bit of background, is that Yunnan is a very old Buddhist, Theravada Buddhist country. And they have a lot of text all in the palm leaf, which is written by the old script. But it's a new modernity from the Chinese government. They have invented a new dialect to replace the old dialect. So now we are in dilemma. So, how we are going to study, which language, which medium we are going to use, which script we are going to use. Maybe any of us here have that similar problem. Any countries, maybe, we can enlighten something on that.
So actually, three kinds of the scripts.
Three.
In Theravada Buddhism, there are two kinds.
Yes.
The new one in Sitongpanas just used by government or among the.
Okay, we got it. Now in China, your problem is that we have three languages, which is now we are in dilemma that which one to choose. We have a traditional Lana script. We have now the Theravada one, and then we have a newly invented one, and then we have a Mandarin, isn't it?
Yep.
So okay, we will discuss on that. Maybe we will listen to the second questions after you. We will discuss on that. Thank you.
My name is David DeYoung, and I'm representing Swanmok Krungtep, Swanmok Bangkok, and here with a delegation from the international program, director and translator here. My question is, from my experience of being a monk and teaching in America and in the Thai tradition, what I notice mostly as the main challenges of the not only the Thai monks but other Asian teachers is not knowing the English language and also not really understanding Judeo-Christian beliefs. And this is basically the barrier of why Buddhism's not being spread very well in the West as the potential that what it could be. And I think one of the greatest gifts that Asian Buddhist countries have for the West is sharing Buddhism. So my question is, as far as a college, it's education where people go, they get their education, go out in the world, possibly to places like America and the West where they would need to understand this. How much is English language and Judeo-Christian or other religions taught? Not as a way of watering down the Buddhist teachings, but at least understanding how to talk to the people, because there's a big divide. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. So it is just like the previous one is a script, and you have a linguistic problem at the same time. Thank you very much. Yes, please.
I'm Fachin from International Buddhist College. I teach Mahayana Buddhism and Chinese Buddhism to Theravada students. We have over 70 Theravada students, MA level. I found the Theravada students from Myanmar, from Sri Lanka, from Thailand. They couldn't understand basic knowledge of Mahayana Buddhism. So this is my question. Actually, why the students from Malaysia, from Myanmar, from Sri Lanka, from Thai, MCU. They don't have basic knowledge about Mahayana Buddhism. Even they have is wrong knowledge. That's my question. Thank you.
Okay. So we have, yeah. Again, we are going back to Theravada and Mahayana. Yes, please, from Burma.
So, Venerable Mahathiras, members of Sangha, and other scholars. So, I'm Dr. Lamia from International Theravada Buddhist Missionary University, Myanmar, and also the President Professor of the International Abhidhamma Academy. So, first of all, I would like to mention that I'm very glad to hear that we can stick, every university and colleges can stick to our own curriculum. But even though the IETB will set only the framework and maintain. The second one is our suggestion. So when we drop the syllabus, we should set the learning objectives. So because as an engineer earlier, there are 3 domains or areas accommodated. First one is the domain, the learning of the domain, then the memory or cognitive domain. The second one is affective domain, and the third one is psychomotor domain. So in engineering, most of the learning objectives are for the skills. So he should be able to build or construct or repair. But in education, as you have already known, there are 3 levels or areas. Knowledge. The first one is knowledge. Second one is appreciation. The third one is application. Nowadays, because I'm telling this because in Myanmar, we have up to now 13 Tipitaka drafts who can recite the Tipitaka. And the knowledge and also appreciation is set in the prioritized. But now, today, we also consider the trend of the syllabus or syllabine of the university and colleges should put emphasis on the application also to cope with, as one of them said, to cope with all the modern problems, modern situations and conditions. So we should set the learning objectives, or in which trend we are going. The syllabus should be in line with what you are going to do. So we should emphasize on the application side of application of the syllabus. Okay.
Okay, we have another idea of the pure or applied. So again, this is another one. Yes, please, gentlemen.
Hello, Venerables. My name is Ujjwal Kumar. I am from India. Physically, I am Hindu because I am born in Hindu family. And one can born only in Hindu family, not make yourself Hindu. Mentally, I am teaching Pali and Buddhism. My question is regarding 2 aspects. One is, as Professor Karunadasa said that about the early Buddhism, should we, or especially among these Buddhist countries, should we need any background of Buddhism? For example, the Brahminical background of Buddhism before teaching early Buddhism. Before teaching early Buddhism, do you need any Brahminical background of Indian culture? Why Buddhism emerged in India? Yes. I think especially in Buddhist country, there is a need to teach why Buddhism emerged in India. This is first point I would like to mention. And the second one is about some specific sutras which were directly addressed to the lay people. In Buddhist canon, like in Pali canon, of course, in Sutta Pitaka, you will find not more than 5.6% sutras directly addressed to the lay people. I think there is one very good article wrote by some Western scholar on that, and he has pointed out almost all the sutras preached to the lay people. So my humble submission is that we have to make one paper on the sutras which were especially taught to the lay people. Because in monastic education, even if you look at today's syllabus almost in all the universities, most of the sutras were talk about the nirvana or something sannambanam or very, but in the lay people sutras, you will find the main aim and goal is totally different. And even Buddha talk about a very general manner. So I think we have to address also this issue. Third point is that while making the syllabus, we have to look the syllabus or the course book which were used in Buddhist countries from 14th century to 20th century. I am just find out some text in Burma especially, and I call that text as a secular text. And the name of that text is a group of series of the text is a Niti text, Pali Niti text. Among Pali Niti texts, one text is very popular in Burma, that is the Lok Niti. Burmese people maybe call Lok Niti like that. And you will find 4 or 5 Niti texts are very popular in Burma. Lok Niti, Dhamma Niti, Raja Niti, these are the texts. But these texts are very secular in nature. Even you will not find out the term
Dr. Kumar, can you make it short?
Yeah. Nibbana in that text. So for adding those type of texts in Buddhist university is very useful for today's environment where non-Buddhists also entered and learn Buddhism. Thank you.
Yes, please. Jenny first. Jenny. And then Wong Sofa from Laos, and then we can another Thai here.
Yes, good afternoon, venerable panelists. My name is Jenny Quek. I represent the Buddhist and Pali College of Singapore, a country that the world knows that we are just a little red dot. So we are insignificant. And I think a woman's voice needs to be heard. I have more of a request than a question. Now, in Singapore, we are a bunch of the most pragmatic people in the world. So whatever we go for is like, what's in it for me? All right? And the Buddhist and Pali College does face a challenge of students dropping out. And most of the time, the answer is that when we ask, they say, oh, we are very busy, we have too much work to do. But honestly, we don't feel that weight because if there's something that interests you, you will do it. So if we can, this conference can come out with a common syllabus that works for us, we will deeply appreciate it. So we are looking forward to this common syllabus that works for us.
So we are impregnating that idea here. So by the end of the conference, I thought that we can deliver that.
Yes, we are looking forward to that.
Okay, from Laos, because the time is coming up, we have to be, we need to have a time for the panelists. So we will take another, I don't know what is,
Thank
how
you.
many here?
So I have
yeah.
I have a question. As we have the forum to create the course that can be used for all Theravada Buddhist University, but the thing I would like to propose is that about the Pali program, because only one thing that can be the same is that we have to have the Pali course, and Pali should be taught to the student and can enable them to speak, to write and to speak, not just only to read from the text and can translate. If any of the scholars can create any curriculum that can help the student can learn and can speak like we can speak English, so that can help the student be very active to learn about Pali. And another question is that, for example, in my country, Laos, the Buddhist college, we teach in Lao, not in English. Only in English subject, we just study for general, not focus on the Buddhist studies. So if we create the course or syllabus that you want to make it the core subject and can be taught for all Theravada Buddhist University, how can be applied in Lao, So maybe this question maybe be on my
Good.
answer,
yes,
but
yes, it makes sense.
Yeah,
it
yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah.
And then I guess that for the Pali, you should join the workshop on the Pali workshop. This is the 5th workshop. And then for the in terms of to translate the syllabus in different languages, you can do that, I guess.
Okay.
Also, just a quick information. We are going to distribute a CD. That CD contains a lot of syllabuses and many Pali program in that, including spoken one. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
So you got something already. Yes. How many?
My name is Thanan Sangwan Pet.
4.
I was graduate from the College of Religious Study, Mahidol University. I just have like a request that I know many scholars here will create the end of the curriculum or syllabus really well, but I would have one concern to request you that can that syllabus could be not only in the classroom, because I have studied religious and I could feel that we know many theory, but when the time we have to use to apply it, we really fail, like how to manage our anger, how to get a true love or understanding love, or how to have a deep listening and understanding the other, something like that. So can the syllabus that will bring the thing that can apply to the lifestyle, that can be practical, through that everyone learn and can get it.
Okay, so it's about a question about practicality.
Yeah.
Because I think we are going to close very soon.
Yes, I know. I'm going to keep it very brief. My name is Hakiman from Indonesia. There's 2 things I'd like to bring to everyone's attention. Number 1, I've been listening to so many people here bringing up so many issues and everything, and I was trying very hard to make my way through this wealth of information and everything, but I think I can't seem to make the focus of what we've been talking about. Now, there's a lot about what there and who and then to whom, and I suppose I need to go back to Venerable Anil Sakia's emphasis on the importance of getting everybody to sort of sit down and agree on some general ASEAN curriculum.
That will come tomorrow. That will come to the workshop tomorrow.
Okay.
Today is.
So my first point is that I can't imagine there'll be a panacea, which is something that can solve all sorts of problems from all member countries and everything. So it's better to be realistic, and there should be a good amount of realism in what to achieve, I suppose, rather than being open to all kinds of contributions and everything, and we can't do anything tangible about them. That's number 1. Number 2. Venerable Dhammasami has been touring many parts of Indonesia and has learned a lot about how substandard the Buddhist education, especially at the tertiary level. So what I'd like to say so that everyone can be aware of it is that I think some sort of standardization is very important. We do have a national sort of level of standard, if you like, but I think some sort of internationally recognized standard may be quite badly needed. I know I said I would be very brief, but I'd like to imagine that the teaching of Buddhism would be to a certain extent like the teaching of English. English is taught everywhere on this planet, but many different countries would provide English teaching strategies and everything to suit their own sort of national needs and demands. But there should be some sort of standard, and this is about the standardization that I brought up earlier. So we still have to sit the IELTS or the TOEFL
I think
in order to, yes.
Point.
So
yeah.
This will help countries like Indonesia. Mr. Dion, people said something about member countries, 5 Asian countries plus sort of Buddhist countries plus 5 other countries. Indonesia is definitely not a Buddhist country, and therefore Buddhism would not be sort of a top priority for the Ministry of Education or something in our country. So this thing, if we do things in perspective and get some sort of standardization rolling on, it may help our country and other similar countries a great deal. So I suppose that will be it. Thank you very much.
I think that the timing is very short. Okay, you already stand there. I will take your last questions.
I really respect to Mahasangha and ladies and gentlemen. As many persons talking about Buddhist and Asian community to this topic, on my idea I want to
Can you say who you are?
Okay. Come from Southern Laos, Champasasangha Forest, as a Buddhist school. I want to share my question. Is it possible if the Buddhist monk from each country show the outstanding work of propagation technique for unity and find a way to solution? What is the strong point of the propagation, and how we will continue adapting for development to be better helping individual? In terms of education, Buddhist curriculum aspect, academic, even though scholar for exchange, in order to run the Buddhist community carry on together. In the time of the world of changing, to this issue, Asian Buddhist Cooperation Center have been set up in Mahamukut Buddhist University. I think it would be fine, but for the action work, it's not so easy. It's a challenge in terms of nationality different, and belief different, and language different. To this problem, what Buddhism will get advantage and disadvantage of propagation from Asian community that will be held coming soon. Thank you. And one more question about Professor.
Okay, I think that's enough. I guess that you have already one question.
Okay, thank you.
Because we have to answer your questions. I guess that I think that I'm going to end the questions here, because otherwise you will have only question after questions, no answers. If you want like that, I'm fine. If you want the answers, then you have to let us give some time for you to respond from the stage. You can, after that we can talk in the personal. I guess that talk face to face.
We have the whole day. We have the whole day tomorrow for this.
Yeah, and then after workshop. So just to remind of the panelists, the distinguished panelists here, so far I could see the questions raised here is about the modernity, how we are going to cope with that, and still, if we are going to deal with the modernity, are we going to change our sort of way of living? Are we going to change the distortions of the actual text and so on? And especially when we create something as a Buddhist course or syllabus, and then how we are going to apply that sort of a course in a non-Buddhist sort of surroundings. And then should we really talk about the syllabus in a sense of academic, or should we go to the practical level in a sense that creating peace and harmony in a society, or even the last question of application itself? So in a way that there's a linguistical problem here about the changes of languages and the influence of one dominant languages imposing some other languages, and then how we are going to deal with this linguistical problem. And of course, there is a whole idea again coming back that when we talk about Buddhism, when we talk about studying Buddhism, teaching Buddhism, are we emphasizing on the textual Buddhism as a pure text, or we are going to talk about the texture of those textual Buddhism or the text Buddhism again. And then again, similar way, there's a sacred and secular. So more or less, I guess that the whole question is more or less there's only few points which have some variation. Otherwise, we have the same tone of the questions. So any of the panelists would like to come out and then give your response to those questions, I'll be very glad.
I think
I would just like to say thank you to all the people who've asked questions, and please don't worry if you don't think they've been answered, because actually a lot of the questions, if not most, were very challenging and important, and I think we'll have to think about them. What the role of Buddhist studies is. Is there a subject, Buddhist studies? It's not like philosophy, anthropology. There are lots of very interesting questions, and I think they've all made me think anyway. So.
I would like to answer the easiest one first about the scripture. Manuscripts are heritage of our humanity. So manuscript, palm leaf manuscript, whether written in Lana manuscript, whether written by Lu Kern or in any other scripts, they should be preserved and should be produced in modernized copy, like for example digitalized, that would be made available. And also they should be translated as many languages as possible, not only stick to any one language. So if the student want to study, want to learn in Chinese, we have Chinese. If you want to learn in Thai or in English, we all have different versions. So that is the easiest language that I could, easiest question I could tackle. The second one is about modernity and traditions. Monasticism is actually the center of civilization and academic center in the West. And like Oxford and Cambridge, there were center for producing monks and priests. So as time passed from the Middle Age to modern age, it changed. So the syllabus in this community, there is nothing, almost nothing. It also creates problem because this is American way of dealing with education. They create syllabus and want to create standard because they have a very big country. But syllabus also cause problems. It impede creativity, and it can stop human brain from working. So I suggest that we should measure the success of education by looking at the skill, the performance of the students, where they have skill sufficiently in forming questions, in raising questions, high quality questions to the teacher. Second one, are they good in writing? Good papers? Are they good in presentation? Are they good in working together in team? So if you can complete and achieve these 4 points, then that academic institution, whether you have syllabus or not, it works for society. And it creates effective people. Later, when we decide where to choose tradition or modernity, probably we have to embrace both. As Buddhists, we are traditional, but also there's something good in the tradition. You have to select what is good out of it. And in modernity, there is something good out of it. We select what is good from them. And we have to show the good, the bad, and the ugly to the students. Allow them to teach and choose the path they want to. So there's nothing wrong with that. And I think being Buddhist, we are better than being members of other religion that almost has no right to raise questions, to make change. There is no blasphemy in Buddhism. So the Buddha challenged thought of people. He gave us a very good tool to understand nature. And later on, understanding of traditional Indian traditions, the Veda, Jainism, is it important? Yes, it's very important. You cannot understand early Buddhism without understanding Brahminical society, without understanding Upanishad, without understanding the Veda, without understanding Jainism. You need to know them all. By knowing them, you understand the status of the Buddha, and how Buddhism evolved and emerged. And the wheel of the Dharma always turning. We cannot stop. It's turned many times. In original Buddhism, we call it Hinayana or Theravada, or then it turned to Mahayana and Vajrayana, and it turned to many things else in the future. Navayana, and it turned to many things else in the future. For sure, we cannot stop that. But in the academic way, we need to lay out everything for people to understand and choose their own path. It's not us. But as academic, I learn from my students. I learn more from them than they learn from me. So, this is my way of looking at things.
Yes, I think listening for those questions is more like when I look back to the Ministry of Education. You know, it's more like a justification why the existence of the Ministry of Education needs to be there to facilitate all the school in Thailand. Like 35 schools, shall they have the common core curriculum? You know, so I think that also the implication, the same thing. Listening all those questions would be the justification of the Association of Theravada Buddhist University, why you need to be there. No? So I, as a Ministry of Education, have been involved in a lot of curriculum development, you know, from the beginning. I can assure you this is a dynamic process. It's not static one, and it's not going to be the answer. I would leave you only one sentence here. If it's not now, when? If it's not you, who?
I thought that was a good way to end. No, I want to also say how much I appreciated all the various questions, and it really shows how important this conference is and why we need this now. To start really dealing with these issues of how do we maintain diversity but create common standards. And I think tomorrow, as far as I know, that's when we're really going to get down in these 5 workshops to creating resources, discussing problems and creating resources. And so if we create resources, whether they be online or in text, is that people can use the resources as they please. They can adapt them to their own local situation, translate them into different languages, and provide a foundation that people can draw from, because no one's going to use the exact same syllabus, but we all might want to have the exact same resources, a large library of resources which we can draw from.
I want to answer 3 questions. One question was says as to why we don't teach the historical background of Buddhism, pre-Buddhist history. We do. We always do. In all our syllabuses, we begin with pre-Buddhist historical background. You see, nothing arises in a vacuum. According now, all new ideas arise in 2 ways. You know that. One is the linear method. Now, in Veda you find the polytheism, belief in many gods, giving rise to monotheism, belief in one God. Then both giving rise to monism later. That is a linear development. But Buddhism, there is another method, the dialectical method. That is, in response to the dialectical, when there is a dialectical opposition between 2 views, another view arises. Buddhism arose as a critical response to the dialectical opposition between religion and materialism, what is called Sasatavada and Uchchedavada. So according to, I have been telling this all time, from the Buddha's point of view, all religions in the world, except Buddhism, come under Sasatavada because they all believe in something eternal, whether it's Hinduism or Jainism or Christianity or Islam. They believe in a God or something eternal, hell or eternal heaven. They all come under Sasatavada. The only Buddhism is outside Sasatavada. So the Buddhist term for all religions other than Buddhism is Sasatavada. Then the Buddhist term for all schools of materialistic thought, annihilationism, Uchchedavada. So according to Buddhism, all views can be brought under these 2 headings. So we do take into consideration. The second question, in the course of your discussion, I heard the word Hinayana. I never used that word Hinayana. What is Hinayana? It is not a small vehicle. Hina means not small. If it is small, it must be Chulayana. The opposite of Mahayana should be Chulayana, but it is Hinayana. Hinayana means despicable. The Buddha himself says, Hino, Gammo, Podujjaniko, when referring to Kamasukallikana Yoga. So I never use in my classes or in my books or in my syllabuses the word Hinayana. It is conceit on the part of Mahayana, Atimana on the part of Mahayana to describe the Jese, although they are Buddhists, they are suffering from kind of Atimana, superiority complex. According to Buddhism, as long as you have mana, you cannot attain Nibbana. You know that. So we have faced these facts. Then the World Sangha Council, whose headquarters are in Taipei, about 10 years ago decided not to use the word Hinayana in any of their official communications. So please don't use that term hereafter, Hinayana. Avoid. Then the third question, somebody said the Buddha lived only some 80 years, so how can what he taught in early Buddhism is not sufficient? That is a wonderful question. Because the Buddha himself says, it's a pariyaya dehato ananda maya. One day there was a big debate between a carpenter and a layman and a Buddhist monk as to the number of feelings. When they were arguing, the Buddha said, both of you are correct. Because two of you adopt two different perspectives. Then Buddha says, from one perspective there are two kinds of feeling. Another 6, another 80, another 106. So it depends on the perspective. So pariyaya dehato ananda dhammo. Please remember, what the Buddha taught can be presented in different perspectives from different ways. Now take dukkha satya. The fact of truth is formally, I use the word formally defined in three ways, not in one way. The fact of dukkha is defined by the Buddha in three different ways. So what is true can be restated. Then I am not saying that what arose later should be abandoned. Those are further elaborations of what the Buddha told. The Buddha himself says, Vivato Virochati. What the Buddha has taught, the more you elaborate it, more it shines. Vivato Virochati, no patichanmo, not when it is hidden. This is not a mantra. If it is a mantra or a holy hymn, you cannot elaborate. Mantra cannot be elaborated. You cannot even translate a mantra into another language, not to speak of elaborating. So that is a mistake. So I answered the three questions.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. Venerable Tambasami, do you have some comment to say? If not, I guess that this is we are not trying to find some concrete answers. This whole day session is actually brainstorming sessions. So that's why we are trying to come up with more questions after questions. As Sarah says, that we are not really looking for the answers, but we are looking for the solutions. So in a way that if we can now, everyone, before we adjourn our conference today, so our sort of a homework for us is that all the various voices raised in this hall, all the various perspectives raised in this hall. So we have to go and chew it over, digest it. And then the answers lies in somewhere in your head, I guess. So that answers, please, you have to bring it to the table and then make it more questionable. And that is something what we are looking for. I guess for today's, from the panelist point of view, the answer is very clear. We are not going for a pure modernity. We are not going for a pure sort of archaic society. What we need is that a modern monastic. Because if we are very laid back, just looking for the real monasticism, there is no answers, that there is no way that the modernity can get benefit from that monasticism. So we need to have that two things. We need to have some kind of development, of course. But that development does not deconstruct the essence of what it should be. In terms of language, of course, language itself is a heritage. All the script itself are the heritages. So we have to keep, but it doesn't mean that we have to stick on that. We have to keep, we have to preserve, we have to study. But at the same time, the time changes, language changes. But we have to get essence from that original text to the modern language. In terms of application, of course, we can't rely on the theory. We have to really work on to apply that theory to a practical point to get the benefit. Because if you are, just good at theory, it is just, just like a parrot. No, it can say whatever we can, we teach them, but does that parrot knows the meaning of that? So it will be like many of the Buddhist monks, we chant. And then sometimes we even don't know what we are chanting about. So it wouldn't be like that. So the Pali again is another very important point in the language, but how we bring that Pali into our life. So that's why we say that in our workshop, we are going to revive, we are going to pump that Pali to make it alive and then change that view that Pali is a dead language and make it Pali is a very vibrant language of our daily speaking. So these are all the answers we get from our sharing of our knowledge, and that is what I think that is what you call knowledge management, KM. I guess that there is no right and there is no wrong. There is no learned and there is no one who is ignorant. We are all Seka Puggala, as Buddha says that we are all on the way of learning. And then we have to learn until we become a Seka, that is the Arahat. And then that's we are struggling. And that's why we are trying to struggle to find a smooth way that there has less pitfalls, that we don't fall onto the different ideas, different attachment, and then make some standard highway that we can achieve that goal of trying to learn our knowledge, trying to learn our traditions and Buddhism, in other words. I think that the last word I want to repeat is that, Professor Dr. Rangsan says that, if we are not ready, when we are going to be ready? And if you are not going to do now for this occasions, we have 2-3 days. If you are not going to do now, when you are going to do that? And then you thought that I am not qualified for doing that. I always think in that way. Then who is the one qualified one? So here I see every one of most venerable and venerables and all these brother and sister here are capable of doing something. You are the one sort of one of the small energy, small sort of wheel, but it can spin the whole world out of that. And you are the part of that, which you can, make this world run. And run in a more smooth way, run in a way that we can get benefit out of that. Yes, please. After that, I will give a little bit of announcement.
Thank you, Venerable. I think we have run out of time. And what we have discussed today is not to find a definite answer, but rather to set a stage for tomorrow. Tomorrow, everybody is going to participate in the workshop, in the 5 workshop, and kindly, as Dr. Anil Sukando has already explained earlier, kindly register yourself in one of the 5 workshops. There will be, we will have 5.5 hours divided into 3 workshops tomorrow, and everybody will have more time. And please have more questions, and also not just questions, also answer. Everybody will be giving answer and question tomorrow, working together. Before Dr. Sukando closes the session, I would like to thank our panelists for their excellent contribution, and I also would like to thank all the participants who asked questions, and also all of you who have been here very patiently, observing, and also how should I say, stimulating your own ideas for tomorrow. So thank you thank you everyone. Pandit.
Thank you very much. Okay, you can. Well, this is a little bit of practical side of the announcement now. There is a dinner will be served in the same place where we had a lunch this afternoon. The style of the dinner has changed. For one who eat the dinner, it will be the buffet dinner, and it is on the outside of the same place we have been for our lunch. For venerable monks, please go to the inner room where we had a lunch, where you will be provided with the soft drink and fruit juice and something which is edible for this afternoon time. So please go the inside to the to the inner side of the room first. Otherwise, it will block the jam for someone who come later can't go it. After the lunch, after the dinner, you will have to come back here for the cultural show, which will be performed by the student of MBU. And after the cultural show, then you will go to hotel. But before that, please sign workshop names down there, and then also for everyone who haven't got the reimbursement, and please contact the table in front, and then I don't know, you have to provide with some documents what they needed from the financial department. So please, you have to pursue for someone, because I haven't tried to try to come and give it handed to you. But if you haven't received that, please contact the financial department in the way out, and or you can ask anyone who has some problem and who is any help. Please do contact the table, the registration table, or any of us in the Mahamogga Buddhist University here, and then we are more than happy to help you around. So similarly, tomorrow program will be breakfast at the hotel, and we'll leave the hotel similar time of today. But tomorrow, the program will be changed, altered a bit. Tomorrow morning, we'll have chanting in other place for the health of the Sangharaja, and then we'll move to the different rooms. We will gather here first, and then we'll go to the different workshop in a different building. So that it will be the tomorrows. And most, again, importantly, please register. Please put your name down in different workshop. And then if you see that some of the workshop is too many, please try to get to the second one. So in a way that the workshop will be distributed in a more equal to every workshop, then we can have something beneficial result out of our common sort of ground. First, Your Holiness from Cambodia, please be at the back of the room, as well as the most venerable Sitagusiado. For the venerable Your Holiness, we have a special treatment for there. Please take it there, and then as well as for venerable Sitagusiado.